I don't know what happened. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. God dang. What the fuck happened here?
Dude,
I don't
like
know. You showed a nitrous backfire. You showed the tabers bucking down.
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck? I'm high.
It happens. It's all right.
I could have swore I downloaded this motherfucker. What the fuck's wrong with this shit? I did. I didn't upload it. That's the problem. That's the problem.
What up, Big Stank?
All right. Give me a second. Here's coming the intro right here. Why he's on here? Well, they've see it.
Well, Dick, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence, and nobody can hang with my stuff. I'm just a big, hairy American winning machine. If you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking
about? Y'all see Pat McCrotch in there?
That's awesome. Pat McCrotch.
Shots fired.
Dude, it's been years since I've seen Pat McCrotch. I'm glad you brought him back, bro.
Yeah, he got fucked up this weekend and did a bunch of recording and realized that he was in time-lapse mode. He didn't fucking do fucking shit. But here's the one that I was really, since Jasper's getting in the hard tire, here's what the deal is right here.
Who are you racing? Don't do it. I bet you he's got more than 100 grand under the hood of that car. Too soon, Junior.
Shit! Oh, God!
The meme game is on point. I love it.
Yeah, you're killing it today, buddy. You may have got way high, but
that's the problem is I got high. I got high. What y'all smoking on in the comments here? Let me know what y'all smoking on.
Yeah, what do we got, Bobby? Is this runts or permanent marker? Permanent marker. We got some soap here, some muddy cream soda, some runts. I think this pen is orange cream pop something. And then there's like garlic something over there we'll be hitting throughout the night.
Well, Jasper, Truly, we'll get to you in a second. You just hang on a second.
I'm hanging out, bro. I'm good.
What in the fucking hell is this shit right here?
Oh, that's just the socket.
I guess it's not stupid if it works, huh?
Yeah, like from the very first time 4 years ago, we put one of these cables on a car. I went to meth, and I don't like the tanks up front. I just absolutely hate having a fuel tank up front. I hate the added weight. I hate the thought of me like tucking the front end into something and blowing fire all over. I don't like the tanks up front for whatever reason. And we, the first time we ever hooked one of those up, we always primed the system like a brand new fuel system with a drill. So we knew the drill would spin the pump. We just didn't know for how long. And then we finally figured out what's up. So what is happening is the cable casing is stretching. So we would put the cable back on, the car would fire up. We would be like, all right, it's good. And then I would be like, well, put it on the brake and test it real quick. As soon as I'd put it on the brake, it would pop back out and it would die and we'd have no fuel pressure. So then we cut some of the casing and moved it back. And I don't have a picture of that, but that was some ingenious shit too. We cut an inch out of the casing, like cut the end off after pulling the inner cable out with like a cutoff wheel, and then cut an inch off the casing and then put it back, and then took zip ties underneath a hose clamp that was clamped to the casing to then pull that to the metal part of the cable that holds to the pulley on the motor. And that didn't work either because the casing kept stretching. So, and with 10 minutes to go, I was like, fucking zip tie that drill up in there. And the original plan was maybe we can get this dude to jump. Like if I can at least get into the beams, maybe this dude jumps and we'd have more time to try to fix it. But instead, he didn't jump and we let off the button and it went. Like it would barely run because it would peg the regulator at like 125 PSI. So like you had to rev the living shit out of it to keep it running. But I should have left it alone because we went back and my dumb ass thought Well, if I turned the regulator down, it would idle, and it did, but it wouldn't go with it turned down. It like was filling the battery too hard once it was regulated. So it was either that or just it didn't have enough fuel, but it just hiccuped and wouldn't go. Like, as soon as you mashed it, it would just start pulling down. But it worked for a round. And like I told these guys earlier, we have a plan where you could run an inverter off my battery that's back there, plug in a plug-in drill, and it wouldn't die. And then don't turn down the regulator, turn the regulator back up, and you'd be good to go. But yeah, we second tighted the shit out of it, and this time it worked. But yeah, it was pretty neat.
You watch the video?
Yeah, we can watch it real quick. It's pretty hilarious listening to these dudes yell underneath the car, and like I was dancing inside of it because everyone was okay. So real quick before we play this video, my favorite part is I'm sitting in the lanes like always, and there's, you know, all these people up on the line, and they're doing what they always do, you know, betting on this or betting on that, and I'm watching them, and all of a sudden they were like, go, they put the battery in. And I seen it didn't have fuel pressure, so I knew right off the bat that they had accidentally hit the switch to put it in the wrong direction. So it wasn't making any fuel pressure. And I opened the door and I scream, the drill is going the wrong way. And everyone on the fucking line like looks back and then looks at the dude next to him like, the fuck that dude just say? It's so good, dude. But yeah, there's a video. You could throw it up real quick. It's pretty hilarious.
All right, we'll get back to it. Oh shit, what happened? Wrong one.
So then it got reversed.
All right, you should be able to talk. Can you talk, Jasper? A little bit.
Okay, you're hot.
See if he's got any fuel pressure here. It's going the wrong way.
It's going the wrong way. The drill's going the wrong way. Good.
Oh, you can hear that drill under there working.
Good.
No fuel pressure. Damn.
No pressure. No pressure.
Oh, Bobby there, shaking his head.
All right, they got no fuel pressure. Unfortunately, the drill didn't work. So this is going to be a comp buy for these guys. That sucks. All right, they're going to give him 2 minutes. They're going to give him 2. I really want this to work.
Zip tie. Good. Hold on. Stop. Zip tie on.
Zip tie.
Come on, we just gotta get this stuff.
Here comes the zip tie. Let's go. The zip tie coming in clutch.
1 minute.
Stop pulling on it.
We got it. They got it going. Yeah. Oh, come on, drill. Get that fuel pressure. Come on, baby. Forgot about that. fuel pump here.
Drill power.
This is amazing if he wins this. Waiting for another burnout from the Camaro. Don't know how long this drill's gonna run for. All right, here we go. We got a race. Come on now. Let's see if Spool J can do this with that cordless drill powering the fuel pump. Let's go, let's go. You can do it. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, look at there.
Right lane, Spool J taking the win. With a cordless drill powering the fuel pump. They literally zip tied a cordless drill to the on position to power that pump, and it worked. Woo-hoo-hoo. Come on, right lane.
Man.
That's like something out of a movie.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Like I said, Limpy was in an event where the first event we ever took this car to, we smashed it into a hay bale. We were dual entered in big tire. There it is, Zach Beasley. Man, I was really hoping you guys got to see this because, like, the first thing I thought when I got back to the trailer, I said to my guys, Bobby's even sitting next to me, I said, bro, the only-sided dudes are going to love this. Like, that was the first words out of my mouth is, like, these dudes are going to love this so much. But we smashed the car at the very first race, never even missed a round. And we were like dual entered. And I mean, like, packed the turbo full of hay, blew both tires off the beads and like started used starting fluid to put them back on, like cut bars off the front that were broke and everything. And this was cooler. This was so much. And we went to the finals of big tire in the last 6 of small that day. And this was still way cooler than that. Like, I don't know. That was just cool.
Well, I found a video of me going partying with second tide here. Let me just a second.
Now, some of us are leaving, and that is sad. But this isn't the end. No way. We're going to show this world a thing or two. We're going to show.
That's facts, too. That's what happens at the garage of said Jasper. Oh, boy. Wayne and Garth. God dang, I ain't heard that shit forever.
Yep. All right. Enough about this washed up X-Racer. Yeah. Let's get to the king of hard tire here.
Hey, why did you, I got to ask, why did you, with him being down there and him being, you know, when I had him at War in the Woods versus the field, I said that.
It was good luck.
Why would you go into hard tire, Jasper, knowing that he's down there?
Yeah. So what kind of, we have, as you guys all know, we have another car that's coming out. It's made a little better for going really fast, or at least doesn't work my motor as hard, and I'm broke, so I don't want to fix it all the time or change rockers because we're breaking them trying to run with Ryan. So we built a big block car to do that. A lot of my sponsors, though, you know, I feel an obligation to bring that car to places because they've given me a lot of money to run it this year, and their stickers are on it. And take it easy, Dad. So yeah, like we got to bring it to some of the big events still. And like that car in War in the Woods is a pretty, like, I don't know, probably the fan favorite, I would say, like, down there. And we're really loved down there. So I thought, you know what, we'll bring that one down on hard tire, and we'll bring the other one down for small tire to try to run with those guys and just have some fun. The car will be down there. People can sign it. The t-shirts that we're selling will match the car that I have there, or at least one of them. And it sounds like fun. Like, I think hard tire is the next big thing.
I think so too.
Small tires getting crazy. And, you know, people are looking for another thing. And I believe that hard tire takes us back to the beginning of no prep, when it was really, really, really hard to get down surfaces. Like, to me, it sounds like a lot of fun, a new challenge. And we definitely don't think we're going to go down to War in the Woods and just start running Slim Shady and Munson and Joe Davis and Meth staying obviously over, you know what I mean? But
you never know.
You know, we're going to try, you know, like we're definitely going to send it, whether we need a drill or a fucking dude hiding in the trunk or something, we're going to go for it. But yeah, it just sounded like a lot of fun. And I think it's the next big thing. And I'm sure a lot of the hard tire guys feel that way too. What do you think about maybe a couple rules? Or you like it the way it is right now?
See, I don't know. Like, for me, I'm in a tough position because my car is more of like what the OG guys, the OG hard tire guys would call like an unlimited car. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like a small tire car. It's not very fast on small tires. It does okay. But it's not like what hard tire rules used to be, which was like factory interior, like got to go on a cruise, like street car rules, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know, like with outlaw no prep, you know, obviously you want to lean toward the way of just like no rules, like the tire's the limiting factor and just let them hang. But on the other side of things, like I can see long term, I could see it maybe hurting the class like small tire, you know, when you allow guys to enter kind of whatever they want. So I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent to it. We'll just have to see, you know, I'm not a rule maker. So
personally would like to see my car not allowed. Like if seeing what happened to small tire or what's happening with small tire and what happened to big tire and what happens to almost every class, like I would like to see where, and I want the rules to be minimum because I want a guy who has like a bracket car that, you know, might run 9 seconds or something, but he has an aluminum dash. You know how some of those bracket cars, you know, might have a fiberglass front clip or doors. So the rules that I kind of thought were cool is a tire, and I don't hard tire yet, so I don't have much of an opinion on that. But, you know, like top of my head, anything 275, like to somewhat try to limit what size you could run. Because right now, half of me is telling me to go down because my car can fit it and get a 30-inch, 14 wide BFG all-terrain and put it on my double beadlock and see what we can do.
Yeah.
You know,
like my truck, like super single or something crazy, you know?
Right. And I don't know, it might be worse. It might not be as good as a Indy 500 or a Cooper, but my gut tells me that it probably is. I know Ryan Hendrickson did that once at a hard tire event, the food stamp car.
Really?
Yeah, it was. There was pictures all over online. I've never seen a video of it make a pass, but I know he entered that event on him and won hard tire that day.
Well, I'd say so.
But all right, Bobby, take it easy. Yeah. So you know what I mean? Like, I'd like to see a tire picked, whatever that is, whether it's 20 inches, 15 inch, like, or just a width or whatever, some sort of like tire selected, and then you have to have a dash, but it don't have to be a stock dash. Like if you fabricated it, 2 seats, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like, that's about it. Like,
yeah.
And
yeah.
then, no meth.
Yeah.
You can run race gas and ethanol because I don't want to make it a turbo only class. You know what I mean? I want nitrous guys to be able to compete. So I would want like any fuel minus meth.
Yeah,
and then,
I could get on board with that.
And then call that it and go from there. And don't get me wrong, you guys have $20,000 pots. Like people are going to show up with some very purpose-built cars, but I still believe in that scenario, most everybody has a really good shot at making. See, Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm getting next time the Always Send It dudes are anywhere I'm at, man. Like, I'm pushing whoever's next to him out of the way, and that's where we're pitting. But
They need to come to War in the Woods and run hard tire, honestly.
Yeah, let's see them do it.
They said I seen they're running a 26. Did y'all see today that dude went a 470 on a 8.5 inch tire today?
Golly.
Was that on
470
prep or no prep or
yeah,
what?
Well, it was a prep, but it was still
amazing. Like,
yeah, it was at Ozark Raceway. Is it Ozark?
Okay, that's in my backyard. Yeah, the white New Edge.
I can't even remember. I ain't gonna lie. No, I think it was a dark color car.
Okay,
can't remember, but yeah, it was
unreal.
I see it's just 26, 8.5, and he went 470 flat. It's like, God dang. I mean,
yeah. So just a couple rules just to tame it down, but I don't know. You know, it looks fun right now, and it's not getting overrun by like cars like mine or anything, or a chassis car, or you know what I mean. The Prestons aren't showing up with Frankenstein on a hard tire, so
and it might. I don't know. I mean, with $3,000 to $5,000 payouts, I don't think it's going to draw a lot of big teams because it just doesn't make sense, money wise.
Yep.
But if the payouts are like 10 grand or approaching that, it may draw some more money. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think a limited rule set. I mean, I wouldn't limit anything on safety because we got to be safe in these cars.
Like, yep, exactly.
Like double frame rail cars, as long as it's got a dash, I mean, if someone built a tube chassis car, I don't know, maybe a stock firewall rule. I don't know. We'll just, again, like I said, I'm not a rule maker. I've never really had an opinion on rules. I just show up and whatever I fit and try to race,
Yep.
So
no, I'm the same way. I don't try to make changes to things, but I just thought with the problems, like small tire kind of, I don't know, like everyone bitching about chassis cars coming in or whatever, where, we're not really a chassis car. I have stock I have Marty boxes. I mean, I have a Marty rear end. There's a ton of adjustment there, and a stock Mustang or, stock rear suspension Mustang or whatever is a pretty fucking sweet setup to start with. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I don't know.
470 with a 5 on a slick, 8.5 inch slick.
Golly. That's unreal.
Damn, that's crazy. But yeah, I don't want to go too crazy with the rules. That's why I said, like, I wanted it so like bracket racers that wanted to jump in but didn't want to run, 2,000 horsepower cars would have like a class to still jump in. So like, I wouldn't want to limit fiberglass or Lexan. I wouldn't want to limit any safety issues, but I thought if there's a couple things because like right now, if you told me I had to have a dash in this, a passenger seat, and I couldn't run meth, I wouldn't run hard. I wouldn't switch all that over to run hard tire. I don't care if the pot was 25 grand. I'll go find a 25 grand small tire event and run it. You know what I'm saying? So like, I kind of tried to use what is enough to make me not do it. Yeah. Because right now I'm going to go do it. And right. What is the War in the Woods pot? I don't think that's like out of this world or anything, right?
Man, it was last one was
it was almost 10,000, wasn't it?
It was 9,000, and then there was some sponsor stuff in it. So yeah, I mean, and the writing on the wall kind of shows us that small tire there's a big gap now between budget guys that have like 50,000 in their car or less, and then there's guys that have more than 50,000, and then these guys need a home. So yeah, you may be more right than wrong that we may need to limit this class a little bit. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'll run it, until I just start getting my teeth kicked in all the time and I can't afford it anymore. But
yeah, and the same with like my car. Like, so if I ever decided like, so with this car this year, we're just running backside and street event, like slower events. So like, it's probably fine, but it was not fine to go what we're going on some of the front sides or whatever, especially the smooth ones like Cincy or, even Wagler's pretty fast and stuff. that's not that much for me to change if I still wanted to jump into hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, I wouldn't, and I wouldn't, but like someone else might.
Oh,
I mean, if all you got to do is put an intercooler on and switch to ethanol, like that's a pretty easy adjustment. That isn't like redoing a whole entire car.
Oh,
Throw some smaller injectors in it, throw an intercooler on it, a dash, and a passenger seat. And in the rules that I'm stating, my car can come hard tire.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I felt like you weren't really regulating anyone, but yet deterring people enough that if they're competitive in small tire, they're not going to jump in and out of your class here and there when it fits their budget or the pot's right.
Yeah, because it is kind of hard to do both, I think. I mean, we've tried to small tire race a couple times last year, and we blew up at both small tire races, but I think it's hard to be proficient at two different classes. Now, there's some people that can do it. There's some people that can run radial, big tire, and small tire. My hat's off to them, but your average guy that has a 9 to 5, I don't know if they can or not, you know?
Yeah, and I thought like our situations, bringing two cars was the only way. I don't know if you could switch even at an event. You would probably know better than me. If you got to make 4 bar adjustments and change the whole entire suspension over and then make your hit and come back and do that again, it's
going to get old.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Like, and I got a crew of like 15 dudes. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but like we roll deep, even when we go states away, like there's 10, 15 people, and I don't want to do that. Like I could have a dude on each part and still don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
so
it makes it not fun if you're just working your butt off between rounds and you don't get to hang out and enjoy the facility and the racing. I think that's how I feel.
No, I agree. I definitely agree with that, especially at a place like War in the Woods.
Yeah.
So I noticed that you're like on a 20-inch tire. Is there a reason?
Man, I had a theory.
Because it's factory wheels and
well, there was some rules here locally. They would allow a bigger tire if the car came out with it. So I found some 18s. I found some Mustang 18s to start with, and I ran those for a little bit. I've still got them. And then I had a theory that if I put a bigger and wider tire on there, that it would work better. I'm not super convinced that it does because there's a lot of guys like Brandon Ratliff, Mike Moss, and there's a lot of guys on 15s that are just as fast as we are, if not faster sometimes. So I'm not sure. I don't have any other tires now at this point. So I've just been running the 20s. A lot of people give us grief about them. But I mean, if they make a legit tire rule, like nationwide, I mean, I'm fine with it. If we have to all run 275s, that's fine. But yeah, I think it looks goofy. I think it's funny to see it like power wheelie on 20s. At this point, I kind of like.
I think it's fucking cool.
It's pretty sweet. It kind of broke the internet.
Yeah, it did there for a little bit, and you know, part of me wanted to like powder coat the wheels black and like make them blend in and stuff. But now I'm just like, you know, it's kind of part of the look. So I just kind of got to keep.
Don't let anyone take your shine, man.
Yeah.
No, that was pretty cool. Like it blew up when it happened. I actually happened to be on the big end and like watched it with my own eyes and was
really
like, holy shit. Yeah, we always have a group Mary and Tim Hubbard like always come. Tim helps crew with Joe Davis or whatever. So they're always down there. Even if like they don't bring something to run or whatever, they come down to watch and they're always down by the end.
Yeah.
And usually if I'm not running, I'm down there hanging with them or something. And I just happened to be down there when you come by and was like, holy shit. I was like, I think his wheels were off the ground. And
yeah,
my buddy Jacob was like, dude, like a foot. And I was like, man, dude, we were kind of like, I don't know. Like, I just couldn't believe it. And then like the internet picture hit before I even got back to the trailer. I felt like, and was like, oh my God, dude. Like,
yeah, I thought that it may have been wheeling. I wasn't sure. And I told Drayden, my crew chief, I was like, bro, I think it's wheeling on the big end, but like, it's still driving straight. So like, I don't really want to change a whole lot because with hard tire, I feel like there's such a fine line that you can like breathe on the car wrong and it just spins. So we kept running it, and I was like, man, I really feel like it's power wheeling. And then that picture came out, and I was like, I didn't know it was doing it that much, like, or else we would have made a change, you know?
Yeah, it was rolling.
It was so
awesome.
slow and so gentle, you couldn't really hardly feel it. You could just feel the struts top out, you know, but
Oh yeah,
unreal.
yeah.
A lot of that is tuning, right? I
Come
mean,
up.
Yeah. Well, see, a lot of people message me, and they always ask about the tire, and like we have ran 275s and we've ran those 18s in the past, like I said, and everybody's thinking that I have some special tire or something, but like 90% of it is like going out and like making like 30-foot hits and then making 30-foot hits like 15 times and getting that part dialed in and then making the rest. So, I mean, I'd say I probably have 200 passes on a hard tire in the car. And I think that's where the tuning and knowing what the car is going to do, I think, is the key. Because if you go out there and you're like, well, maybe it's going to do this, I think that's where you get in trouble. Because like most of the time when we're going somewhere, I can look at the surface and put a tune up in it, and I can guess it about a 10th off of what it's going to actually run. So it just comes from laps and stuff. So yeah, to answer your question, it's a lot of the tuning and knowing exactly how the car is going to react for
and
everything.
Testing.
A lot of testing.
Test people.
Yep.
Test. Shit just don't come naturally. I think Jasper is one of them guys that doesn't test.
We don't. I got 4 kids, man, and you heard me on the phone before we started this. Like, I got about 8 of those deals a day where I drive from one end of the state to the other. It's just hard. So I watch a lot of video, and luckily, we're so fucking nice to everyone at the track that they all, I don't know if they feel guilty or what, but they answer questions. Yeah, Jeff helps that too. We're not the richest human beings, and Jeff is doing better off than me. So like he wants to test with his car a lot. So that's good because that car is going to be really good on front side stuff. But yeah, in the past, I don't always have time or enough money to just cook. Like, how often do you guys cook tires?
Cook tires?
Like, how many passes you get out of a set of your hard tires?
Oh, dude. Well, I've only thrown one set away, and it was my very first set of hard tires. I got them used. They were like from 2013, and it was our very first hard tire race. It was like a foot brake deal, so it was like super slow. And they were just dry rotted and hard, so I got rid of them. But like we've had the same other tires for, ever since, probably 2 years. So I don't know when they get like hard or whatever. I store them inside, so maybe that helps keeping them out of the elements.
I believe that a ton. Yeah.
But,
so yeah, so like for me, tires are like $500-600. I mean, I get them a little cheaper thanks to McCormick Racing, best company in the world.
Yep.
But still, you know what I mean? Like I get 10 passes out of those things. So I go make 10 test hits in one day. That was $600. Like not counting the meth, the oil change that's coming, like all that shit. So like just being real, I wish to God I was that rich. I'd buy a nanny and I'd bring the kids right to the track and I'd make her watch them and she'd be paid enough to do it and not be mad. And I would just sit there with 18 sets of tires and I would burn motors right to the ground. I'd make 25 hits in one day. But I can't. I just can't. So
yeah. And that's kind of where we were at the end of our small but short street and backside small tire career, I guess you would call it. The testing for all the different surfaces and areas that you would go was unreal because we would buy 2 sets of tires and we would run 1 set of tires all the way up in testing, and then we'd swap new tires on. But the problem is, with small tires, like your sidewalls start breaking in. So those first 3 hits, your data almost doesn't work. So it just wasn't cost effective because I can't spend $20,000 a year testing, and stuff. So
Bobby sent a video of his testing hard tires.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Make sure. Oh shit, no audio.
Oh, look at it! Yeah, these dudes are sweet.
Look at that dirt in the road. Yeah, they went right over it. Yeah.
He's testing for that
Oh,
real horrible surface.
All right, so
I
got the screen
guess.
over here.
They look like they were flying on the track. I seen a video of them on the track or something, or maybe on a real good surface. It looked like, and they looked like they were flying.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, so I don't know. We don't test as much as we'd like, but when we're not testing, I'm watching whatever YouTube video anyone puts out. I'm rewatching the lives so that I can see, like, you know, and if you've done this long enough, you've got a damn good idea, like, oh shit, that's separating about 2 inches. I can then kind of say, hey, it's doing it this quick or this slow, and try to analyze as good as I can what they're doing or what the fast guys are doing and try to copy it. So yeah, I don't get to test as much as I want. We're hoping to change that some this year with the new car. But luckily for the car behind me, I've ran this car for quite a while now, like 400 plus passes. So if we go back to backside, I'm fine. I know what to do with this car. I don't need as much testing.
Yeah,
There's probably
passes on the
some-
car, you know, you don't need as much testing, just basically just to verify that it's going to do the same thing, just one pass, you know.
Yup. Like I do like to do that before we go anywhere, make a rip, you know, somewhere that I know what it pretty much does. You know, obviously conditions can get a little different and not be identical, but either way, make sure everything's working. Like, so we don't have what we had this week. What happens up here is weather fucks up a lot. So we had rain all week. So all I could do is put it on the brake. And then it still made the first round pass with the cable completely fine. Once I let out of it, it shut off. So we would have tested and loaded it up. You know what I mean? And probably still fucked up. So it up, you know, it's just, it takes some luck sometimes, but
yeah, some of that stuff you can't plan for. You know, you can plan for just your side of it, but you can't plan for what's going to break. You know, you just never will be able to unless you carry 2 of each thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're Ryan Martin and you're showing up with like a, you know, full-on semi NASCAR rig with 2 engines, 2 rear ends, 2 trannies, 8 sets of tires, spare fronts, spare dudes to do something if you need, like, just, yeah, it's, but I always like those, you know, I always like, as long as, there it is, man, I was going to try to dig through and find it. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, Adam
that
sent me the
picture
video
was like
and stuff.
posted before I could even walk all the way back to my trailer from the end. And our trailer isn't far away. So
I'm just glad it didn't blow over backwards or try to or anything stupid like that, because I didn't have very much cage in the car at that time. And that was dumb of me, but luckily it's caged up now. But unreal.
So what are some of the big events you're shooting for this year?
So our schedule right now is, which my day-to-day is pretty tight scheduled. So I can't race, but probably I'd say 15 times a year total. I try to hit some local stuff. I try to support the local track a lot because, I mean, if you don't support your track, so our big events coming up are, we're going to try to make Purge. We're going to try to go to Purge. I've got hotel rooms booked. The car's acting good. I need to make another hit because I'm trying some new stuff. And then after that, the weekend after that, we're going to do that butt naked race with Happy. And then both War in the Woods, and we've got a couple other ones planned. I'd have to ask Drayden for sure what all he's wanting to go and see, but mainly we're hitting the good events, you know, the people that really care about the sport, you know, and stuff, and really pay back, because at the end of the day, like, I don't chase the money per se, but like my normal 9-to-5 money can't pay for this all by itself. So we kind of have to follow the money a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I totally understand. When your odds are as good as yours, you know, like, I'm sure Ryan Mitchell makes the same decisions as you. I don't know what that's like, but I'm sure you guys are thinking about the same. And I would be thinking about bigger events if I thought my odds were that much better.
Yeah. And I mean, some of those bigger events too, I mean, sometimes if you can get to the later rounds, you know, you can negotiate a split or something like that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's kind of what we look for, you know, and we don't split often, but if and when we do, you know, it's usually with guys that are, you know, you can tell they put in the work, you know, and they want to at least get a little bit of money for their time and effort, you know, because I've been there too. So yeah, when there's a lot of sponsor money and there's a lot of spectator money to spread around, you know, it makes it easier to go to these type of races, you know, and maybe come home with something, you know.
So Bobby's wondering, what kind of mile an hour are you seeing?
I don't know if I should say, because like we're slow ET wise, but this car is always mile an hour pretty good. It really depends on the surface and the time of the day. We've seen in the 130s on hard tires, but I mean, you're talking about an ET that's not like 130 on a hard tire is not what you would think like a front side small tire or radial 130 mile an hour would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta really get a good pass to do that too. Like if it spins once, like you're killing, I don't know if it's like this on small tires, but if you spin once, you're killing 10 mile an hour. So
yeah, it's probably close. Yeah, it's probably close to that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little less. But yeah, so like here's an example too, though, that's weird is I've been 509 at War in the Woods going like 152, and then I've been 490 going 148.
Yeah.
So like I don't know, to me personally, mile an hour isn't as I don't know on hard, like I said, I don't have enough data,
Well,
just
at the end of the day,
people about hard tire, but
at the end of the day, mile per hour doesn't win races. It's the ET,
No.
you know? So I was telling Drayden the other day, I was like, man, I don't care if we make changes and the car goes 110, you know, out the back, as long as we're making a fast ET. I mean, I could care less how fast we're going.
Yeah. So for like us, we might one week go 520s at 140 and the next week go 520s at like 130. Like depending on the surface or how we're attacking it, some places you can get after it so hard on the front, so you're 60ing so hard and just kind of rolling out the back, you know what I mean? And then other places I 60 a little softer and just pour it on all the way through the run. So I usually feel like mile an hour isn't, or even your ET, any of it is like as crucial when you are telling someone, you know, like what you've done fastest or slowest. It's definitely worse when you're like, this is how I attack War in the Woods.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then I feel like you're giving something up that you probably shouldn't give up unless it's your really good friend or so. You know what I'm saying here, kind of.
Yeah. And I've played around with it. I don't get enough opportunity on hard tires because of our test spots. Like our test spots are good for slicks, and we can get like a motor tune, like the motor dialed in, like a good plug read on our like local spots. But we don't have enough rubber down for hard tires, so it just doesn't work for us. But I've played around like with slicks, and you can make so much more of an improvement with ET with your 60 foot than you can just 60 footing like normal, and then just like trying to just kill it out the back. It doesn't add up. Like you'll pour on a bunch of mile an hour, but you won't gain a bunch of ET.
Right.
Doing that, from what I've seen, you know, but I don't have a whole lot of power, I wouldn't say, especially for a small tire.
Holy shit, Bobby. Put a smaller spring in it. Like, how are you controlling the boost? Are you CO2 or what? Why would you? That's a lot of boost on the gate, at least, I think. What's the reasoning? Because I'll bet you they have a good reasoning.
2 PSI springs.
Wow, but makes 12 on the gate. Are the gates like too small for the setup, or not in a priority zone or something, or not sure? Yeah,
that's golden right there.
Brittany was right. Rocky did really good this weekend. I saw he won Run What You Brung and small tire.
Yeah. Single 60.
Yeah, I don't know. We run 44 millimeter gates with meth, and everyone told me it would never work. And my shit follows to a T. Like, not to a T. Like, if I target 20, it makes 20. If I target 30, it makes 30. If I target 5, it makes 5. Like, don't get me wrong, it might be 5.5 or 4.75, but it's right in that like ballpark.
Yeah,
You're within your tolerance.
But everyone told me that it would just run away, you know, when you tried to make more than like 10, 15 pounds with 44s with meth. And I don't know, maybe we got them put in just the right spot, but
I feel like priority has a lot to do with that too.
yeah, like I feel if you have a small gate, you need it on priority. When we had 60s and they were in a pretty priority zone, because in the beginning, everyone told us you had to put it on the bend, it would lose every time the gate opened, even both gates opened a tiny bit, it lost like 5 pounds of boost right now. And then it would just yo-yo down the track. If I was trying to, like, if we were at a place, like you said, where you 60 hard and then just try to hold it kind of out the back, it would just start fucking yo-yoing. I hated it. So
my buddy's car has it's a 5.3 with a big turbo, and it's got twin 60 millimeters on it. And I've noticed it takes a lot more dome to keep them closed because the valves are so big.
And that car was on like this crazy algorithm you had to follow of, to make 10, you needed this. To make 20, you needed this. To make 30, you needed this. And it wasn't like it was always 7 over.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you needed 20 on the gate to make 12, but you needed 40 to make 22. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was like,
yeah, that's frustrating,
dude. It was
some kind of roster math, isn't it?
Yeah, like, and then be me of all people trying to like run that algorithm. It was horrible, but right now it runs great and works really good. But like everything we do, including the Milwaukee drill, everyone always looks at my shit and tells me you can't do that. Like, you can't do that. And I'm like, well, you know, we're about 400 passes in, so I don't know. We're gonna keep doing it. Like,
well, when you're a budget guy, you know, like we are, you got to try what you can to see what you can get away with. You know?
And that's what I think it is. A lot of times, because of how we're attacking it, other people would never even attempt it. They would go buy the right fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that always. I'm super blessed. I have Bobby built. Oh, Bobby next door to me. He literally, like, I can point to his fucking house. I could throw a baseball to it right now. And he's the fabricator.
Drone over there.
He's one of the fabricators at J&E Performance. So, like, and I've known him since I was 2 years old. He's like my best friend. So I literally can I could call him right now and be like, and then Jordan sponsors the car too at J&E. So it's easy for me to call him up and be like, yo, tell him you're not coming into work tomorrow. We need to fabricate this up before we go. So I'm super lucky. And then Jeff Berry, which I've known for a long time and is another one of my best friends who has this car, owns the other car that we're going to be running this year. Dude, his place is even crazier. So Bobby has worked in machine shops his whole life before working at J&E as a fabricator. He was running CNCs, programming CNCs, mills, lathes, like all that shit. And Jeff has all that shit brand new at his shop, at his house. Like everything, multiple CNCs, multiple lathes. So like, we're super lucky that we can think something out. And I don't even really got to pay for it. We just go down and make it work, you know?
That's super nice to have at your disposal for sure.
That's why I always say, like, the crew I have behind me and the group that I have, I promise are the coolest people around. Like, I am just so fucking lucky. And that's helped us a ton because, like you said, I don't have a ton of money to drop this car off somewhere and do this. And Bipolar and Joe also have helped. I can't even honestly explain to people how much some of these people have helped us out, and just super lucky to have that. Like, unbelievably lucky to have that. And I know you've met Joe and talked to Joe a bunch. He's one of the most amazing human beings I've ever fucking dealt with. Like,
yeah, he seems so genuine. Like, he just wears all of his emotions on his sleeve, but in a good way, you know?
He is the least fake person I've ever met. And then on top of that, somehow is still nice and like, not like in, you know what I mean? Most people that tell everything how it is are complete assholes.
Yeah.
Joe is possibly the nicest person I ever met because he takes time to explain what your fault is or what he's trying to help you with in a way better way than the most people that are that real. They just blurt it out. Like,
Yeah.
yo, are you stupid? Why would you do this? Where Joe takes the time to be like, hey man, I see how you made this mistake. I did this too, you know, like, and you just feel so much better about how he's delivering your failure. But he points it out, and most people underestimate that. You don't want a bunch of friends around you that tell you everything you do is right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. 'Cause
want
you'll
them
never
to
get.
question me. Like, you heard what was going on under that car in that video, right? Like, that's how we are. Like, they're telling you, no, fuck, get your fucking hand out of there. Like, don't do this. No, like, this is what, and then we talk about it. So rather than make a huge mistake, you get more than one idea, and they're not scared to fucking tell you, you know, like, hey, dude, hold up. I don't know if you're doing this right. Like, there might be a better way, or rather than just say, dude, you know, you're the best, do it.
Yeah.
You got this, do it. Like that'll
I
just
feel like that goes hand in hand, like racing and in life too, because like people need to like pop your head, you know, pop your big head and like keep you grounded and, you know, also lift you up too.
Keep you humbled. Keep people humbled.
And that's Joe. So like I said, I'm super lucky. I couldn't even do this without these people. Now, I'm not saying that we wouldn't be there shooting photos or doing media or helping Limpy shoot lives or something, because I would. I love racing so much, and I love now that I've, you know, 6 years ago started this no prep, you know, game. It's the coolest form of drag racing I've ever been a part of. Like, so I love doing it. I'd still be there, but thank God I have these amazing people around me that help me do this, you know, that want to go with me and do it, that want to be a part of it too. And I'm sure if you've probably done this too, if you crewed for other people, like didn't take your car, but went and helped like another guy and either helped with his laptop or helped, you know, pour the puddle and line him up all day.
Yeah. I've done a little bit of that.
Dude, I almost have more fun.
Yeah. Well, it's
like,
less
as crazy as
stressful,
that
for sure.
sounds, like it's almost more fun for me to watch the dude I'm helping succeed and not have the pressure on myself.
Yeah.
And I don't put pressure on myself to win.
Yeah.
I put pressure on myself to not let my guys down, like Bobby, who spent 5 days and took 3 off work to build this car for me or help me, you know, in the garage for 16 hours a day. I feel like I'm letting them down. Like with the drill, I was the whole time once we got up there and he, you know, did that second burnout. And I'm not mad at him. I would have did the same thing if I was allowed to. I would have tried to take as long as I possibly could to time this dude out on the battery. So I don't blame him at all. It was genius. And I don't even think he did it on purpose. I don't think he had a clue what circus was going on in the other lane. But either way, like when I was on that chip, if you listen to that video, did you hear it die out for a second?
Yeah.
Dude, my heart just dropped because I was like, dude, if I can't even go, these dudes just worked for an hour straight laying under this car, then laid in prep to get this thing fired back up. And I can't even win or lose, can't go like off the line. I was just like, when it died for a second, I was like, and then it come right back up and it was like, oh God, yes. So then to win, like that made my whole day, that'll make my whole month. You know what I mean? Just because like how much effort they put in to help me. I just wanted to win it from them. For me, I don't even care if I win or lose. I don't care who it's to. I don't care if it's first round or we win. I mean, don't get me wrong. We are there to win and we are going to try, as you saw in that video, with everything we have to do that. Yeah. But if we lose, you will never see me in my trailer throwing tools, screaming at my guys, whether they lined me up straight or not. When I go back to the video, you're never going to see me put them down. You have to keep their spirits up because you need them. Like you have to have someone line you up. If you don't have a good lineup guy, you might as well quit.
Yeah.
Like right now.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Your crew, the successful guys can't do it without a crew, you know?
No, for sure. Like Ryan has Eric and Joey has Jordan and Justin, and they all have someone. Callie Nate was getting Courtney ready for all this while, you know, if it wasn't her, it was me, or it was Rank or Eric if he was there. Like, you got to have someone that knows what they're doing behind you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in front of you. Like, the guy in front has to, like, Bill and me are so good together. So, like, when someone in the other lane is trying to hook their drill up and taking forever, he's up in my door like, hey, man, shut this off. They're going to be, you know, like, keeping me calm. Like, don't worry about it. They're just going to be a second. They already got problems. So this is a good thing. Like, always keeping in my head or looking down and giving me Ricky Bobby lines. Like, remember when our teacher said we wouldn't be shit? Look at us now, you know, like keeping me like focused or, you know, not in a panic.
There's a lot of pressure on you in the car, you know, and even having that kind of discord, you know, and that's why I love my crew guy so much, Drayden. He's just like, no matter, the car can be on fire and he's literally just stoic, just literally backing me up. Like, it'll be pouring coolant out of it. And he's just like, unless someone tells us to stop, he is rock solid.
Locked in.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like, it's
ice cream cake.
Advantage.
Ice cream cake's what I'm smoking on. What got you into racing?
Man, I've always been, ever since I could remember, I really liked and enjoyed cars. Man, even when I was like 5, everybody was buying me like little model cars and stuff. And then like growing up, like all the video games and the movies like Gone in 60 Seconds and Fast and the Furious and stuff. I've always been surrounded by cars and I've always kind of liked to tinker. I kind of grew up poor, so we never had like go-karts or four-wheelers. We took like Power Wheels and like stripped the motors out of them and like rode them down the hill like super fast.
Yeah.
And man, I've just, moving on into my adult years, like I was graduating college and Street Outlaws was coming out and I was like, dude, that's a real deal thing. Like I could potentially race cars, you know, maybe not for a living, but I could race cars and have fun doing it. And like, it's a legit thing. It's not like the movies. So yeah, I started putting cars together, you know, and I didn't realize how competitive I was. Looking back on my childhood now, like I realized that I was pretty competitive, but like now that I'm racing, like I realize how competitive of a person I am. And I like racing almost more than like just the spirit of cars now, because it's a different feeling. You know what I mean? When you're trying your hardest to beat the other guy that's trying his hardest, it's like a different feeling. You know what I mean? Win or lose, you know, and even being at some of these places and getting to see some of these things, it's a different deal, you know, and it's addicting. I mean, it's an addiction. It's a healthy one, but it is an addiction.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, for sure.
What's up, Tony?
Well, that's pretty cool.
What's the questions? What's the questions we got?
Well, we're gonna hold up. We'll do that one in a minute.
Okay, all right.
So what do we got in this? Are you a guy who tells people what you run, or we don't ever pull up the hood, or if we do, we put a blanket over ourselves?
I kind of do a little bit. Like I don't tell specific details, but I mean, I will share some details. It is just it's a stock headed 5.3. It's twin turbo. It's on pump E85. It's air to air intercooled. So that side of it, like the engine side of it, is pretty efficient, but it's not anything exotic. I mean, it's stock heads unported. You know, it's nothing. It's not like a big LS or anything. It's just a 5.3. So it's a combo that I just put together and it ends up working, you know, sometimes.
What turbos?
It's they're twin force performance turbos.
That's cool. That's what we run on the Mini Coopers. So we have a Mini Cooper also that is like the world's most powerful stock block or stock motor style Mini Cooper.
Okay.
And that's what we run. We went through him and he fixed us up with a big turbo for that. Yeah. I've had really good luck with them.
Yeah, I didn't know anything at all about those turbos until I seen Mac TV's channel.
Yep.
I've
Mac
seen
guys run them.
Yeah, I was seeing it. I seen those first on the Mountain Dew car, the New Edge car. And I was like, man, that thing runs really good for a 5.3 and it spools them and stuff. I didn't know if I could on E85. A lot of people told me that I couldn't. But it spools up pretty good, you know. So
I've never had that problem. We ran a pretty big turbo on a 4.6.
yeah.
Ford. And I don't know, whatever we did, people told us you couldn't again, but it would build boost really fast.
Yeah, I feel like if the combo's halfway right and your fuel's not in the trash, like I feel like you can spool stuff that people think that you can't. Like we've had a 98, like a GT55 98 on a 5.3 before, and it spools just fine.
Yeah, Capizzi does it with a 102 or something, but
Capizzi's on another level too.
I know. He's also Capizzi. That's who does our trainings. Like John does my transmissions, and he's a really good friend and an amazing human being too. You go on for hours about John.
Yeah, he seems really fine.
So what we did, which everyone said wasn't possible, we ran 55 degrees of timing to the chip on the 4.6. And it would light right up, man. Like it would hit the chip right now and then start building boost. So everyone said you can't do that. You'll knock the crank out of it or something, but it didn't care.
I feel like there's not very much load on the motor side of things when it's coming up to the chip because everything's so slushy.
That was our opinion.
So, I mean, if it makes power going up, it makes power, you know, so however much timing it needs, you know.
Now we don't have to do that with this combo, even, you know what I mean? But I don't know what we're going to have to do with this big block. So
a big block should, I mean, you would think a big block would make so much exhaust energy, it won't really care.
That's what I thought too, but we're running twin 94s. And a couple people were like, you're definitely going to want the dumps on full and maybe, you know, a shot here or there, depending on, you know, altitude. And so I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea. Maybe I can do what they tell me not to and it'll work.
Yeah. And I think some of that is like, I mean, if you've got good heads on it, I feel like if it's a big-ish cube with like decent heads and enough flow,
I think they're pretty good. There's some like I don't know enough about big blocks, man, like I do LSs now or small block Fords.
Yeah.
Like I don't know much about like the original SBCs, you know, like an SB2 or whatever, you know, like the small block Chevys, but I mean a little bit from back in the day because everyone ran one for years, but before the LS. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure we'll figure it out. It won't be too bad, but
yeah, I'm sure it won't take long at all to figure that out. Now getting it turned down maybe on the bad surface.
That's what I think is going to be the bigger problem is finding out how to go slow with it sometimes when you have to.
Bobby sent me this. I think my audio's to my other monitor, so I don't think we can hear audio. Yeah.
Jeez.
You got to understand that like down there by them, their roads are war in the woods.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was a good pass.
That was an amazing pass. I'm not trying to take anything away from the pass. I'm just letting you know, like down south, those boys' streets are gold. Like,
yeah, I've always heard that the farther you go south, the more the streets get better.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't think they have like as violent of a winter where like we have a winter up here where it crust all. I don't care how much you season the road in, it crust it right off. You know what I mean? By the next year, and you're almost starting fresh.
Well, I'm sure you guys up there salt the roads for fun, you know?
It's horrible. It's the worst. The roads are the worst. It's why we have so few spots. It's not because they're not out there. It's because there's potholes so bad in them that you could not possibly try to make a hit down them. So,
yeah,
it's hard.
Some of our roads are like that, but they're from big trucks, you know?
Yeah.
You know, and then they pour it in the sections and you just get the boom, 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 you know, on the concrete stuff.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we're probably 90% concrete here.
That's nice.
Yeah, but
that's really nice.
Some of them you can't use it because it's. What do you say?
Said he tried 26 8.5s.
Let me tell you. Oh boy.
I think that's going to be a class that comes around too. Like an in-between if you really want, you know what I mean? Like if you made some rules for hard tire and somehow you didn't want to switch it over, I think 26s is going to be that other class that you can probably jump. I don't know. I have this theory in my head And like I said, I'm wrong 90% of the time. So do what you want with it. But I feel like if you just paid back in small tire, if you paid back 4 spots, you know what I mean? Any pot that's over $5,000, if you paid back 4 spots, because think about it this way. Let's say you're a 3rd or 4th place. Limpy, you know a lot because you go, and you too,
I don't know
Truly, how
shit.
many races you go to. And this is no discredit to anyone, but every time in the final 4, there's one car in there that everyone's kind of like, wow, like, you know, Jason Cantu's out and Logan Duvall, you know, like this person and this person are out. How is this dude still sitting here, you know? But like the luck of the draw works, or, you know, it works out. If that dude makes $1,000, you know how much easier it is for him to decide that these $200 buy-ins, the next 5 of them are on the house? Like you kind of have this feeling of, well, shit, you know, I may not be able to win, but my odds of getting into the final 4 are pretty good. They're a lot better. And if I can go home with some money, now I can justify going back to the next event. But
yeah, I mean, 4 spots isn't a bunch. I mean, it's not going to take from the pot. And that's what, like, I've dirt track raced a little bit, and that's what they do. I mean, they pay really far back in dirt track racing. And that's refreshing when you show up and you take your time and you use your equipment to at least get, I mean, you're not going to make money doing this, but to get something tangible, it makes you feel better about the situation, you know?
yeah, exactly. And like I'm saying, like, I'm also cool with like Gangsters Paradise because it's in the name. This is gangsters only. If that's a winner take all, hell yeah. Like a few races are sweet to have them be winner take all. I'm not saying eliminate that. Like I said, if you're doing small tire gangsters, if you're doing like Gangsters Paradise, you know what I mean? Where you are inviting the baddest of the bad, or Corey's race. What's Corey's race? Fuck, I can't remember the name. I feel like a dick. King of something, right?
Yeah, the King of the South.
King of the South. So like if you're doing a race like that, I almost think it should be winner take all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
for
dudes
the
you
big dog
invited
races. Yeah.
are fucking the baddest of the bad. Let's fucking, if you came to here, you think you got it, let's see it. But at all these other races, you know what I mean? Like you should split this up some. If you don't want the class to die, or you're worried you're not getting enough car counts, pay back a few spots and watch how many keep coming.
Yeah.
Like I promise you, they'll keep showing up.
He thinks the only tire should be 275, no 2 chassis, stock style suspension.
I see we got Brandon Ratliff on here too, dude. What do you think about rules for small tire? I know you're a little late to this. I know he's another big dog like Truly here.
Yeah, he's fast.
When we getting this off, like,
but is he
140?
Is he 145 fast?
Hey,
though?
Brandon, he said he'd be at the purge.
Oh,
but yeah, I'm curious what he thinks about the rules too.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not a rule maker. So I mean, if everybody wanted to get together, like all the forerunners of hard tire, and get together and make rules, like I'd be down with that. As long as we're on the same rule set, you know.
Yeah.
It tells me where I can cheat. You know what I mean?
And you've always got to find that gray area, huh?
Yep.
Do you always look for the gray area, or
absolutely.
Or does it okay?
Yeah.
I feel like you kind of like it stumbles into it.
I feel like any gray area, any limited class, like I feel like you should seek out anything you can, because if you're not going to, somebody else is going to, you know. Now if rules say blatantly like you can't do this, like I won't do it. But if rules don't say that you can't, like I'm gonna try it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're in the same boat. If I can somehow skirt something, I'm doing it. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, if you're not going to, somebody else is going to. So, and
yeah, I guarantee
a lot of people do.
The one thing I'm not, that we don't ever do, but we tested once, is the soaking of the tires. So like a dude got called out for it. I don't really know, but what I do know is if you soak those, you get about 1, maybe 2 passes out of a set of slicks. So like why I feel you don't see people in at least small tires soaking very often is because you have to bring, like, in a place like War in the Woods, it's like 7 rounds. So you
Yeah.
need 7 sets of tires. Do the math on that. You better fucking win that event.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't win that event, you just spent like $4,000 on tires.
Yeah, and I've always wondered that because I've been to some small tire like water burnout races, and like I'll go up there and test the prep for the next round, and it's like sucking my shoe off. I say prep, like the burnout marks, and it's like sucking my shoe off, like somebody has poured prep down. And I've heard some people soaking like small tires, but I just didn't know like how long those last, or whatever.
Yeah, like my guess would be if someone's changing tires more than one time at the event, they're soaking them.
Yeah.
Yep, that is.
Did y'all used to have the well, I don't know, you're youngsters. Did y'all used to have the sprayers back in the day on the street racing?
Well, no, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not
Like,
gonna.
we're gonna roll up and we're just gonna blew the tires off and then get after it. They roll up and they're hitting the tires and they're hitting the spray bottles too.
So,
okay, yeah,
I know 2 people that have been caught for it. Like I said, I'm not gonna say any names, but they had windshield washer pumps, like nozzles, in front of. So they had them in front of the rear wheels, and what they would do is a fucking like half-track burnout, John Forsett, and then they would stop and sit there like they're waiting for the smoke or who knows what. And then what they're doing is giving everything a second to settle, and then they back up as slow as possible, spraying it all the way down or whatever. So
I've heard of something similar to that before.
I don't know if that works.
Yeah, we used to do that back in the day when if you were running the no trailer and it's just roll up and dust them off and then go. But yeah, they were using their
and then where that gets you sometimes is you do that 3 rounds, you draw the right lane and do that, right? Now the right lane's way better than the left.
Yeah.
And then you draw the left and you only get this one shot to give it a little bit of prep when you've been prepping the other one all day. But yeah, I don't know.
And I feel like that's with anything. If you're pushing, like if you're cheating super hard, I feel like you'll get caught up in doing that and it'll make you ignore like the rest of your setup and your procedures and stuff too.
Yeah, for sure. If you're ever wondering why I'm laughing, it's something in the comments over there.
Yeah. Speaking of Dirty Dollars in there, let's play their teaser. Man.
That was good.
It's fire.
Like
it's
that.
fire.
I told that.
Straight from the underworld, coming for the underground. Motherfuckers better watch out for the male hounds. Risen up the purgatory, ain't what you done now. Straight from the underworld, coming for the underground. I never be the motherfucking game that you all down. Risen up the purgatory. The wolf that is climbing the hills already on top.
That's fucking fire right there. That's right.
That's sick. That guy has an eye.
That's fucking fire,
dude. They're like teaser videos and they're good. Like
that's fucking fire right there. I seen it yesterday or this morning or something. I was like, God dang, we're playing that motherfucker tonight.
Yeah, that hyped me up.
Yeah, for sure. My kid right now is locked in on that fucking SRC one, man. It is one of the best ones ever made, but
yeah,
I have seen it quite a few times. And of course, like I said, she picks the one I'm not in. Like, dude, come on. Like every other SRC video they've ever fucking made, we're in the teaser somewhere. You pick the one, but I will say it's the best one that they've ever had. It's so good. I love it. It's my favorite one, even though we're not like in it. It's so good.
Yeah.
But and what? It's weird how everything revolves. Back in the day, back when I first started doing YouTube and Facebook came around, but I've been on YouTube since it became out. And it's weird how you see stuff evolve. it goes and it comes and it goes and comes. I mean, we used to do teasers back in the day, and they were all fire, and then they kind of just went away, and then but seeing them again, man, that gets you hyped up and pumped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it was for the fall Gangsters or the fall War in the Woods, the last one they did.
yeah. Truly, do you have anything that gets you? I mean, I'm sure the competition gets you motivated, but do you got anything that I guess if you're superstitious, you got to do a pregame, or you got a checklist or a certain way that you do stuff? Are you ADD, OCD?
Yeah,
AD,
a little
all
bit.
the D's?
There's some things that we do. I wear the same shoes every time. If you ever see me racing and I'm not in Converse, odds are I've probably lost them or something. That's one thing I do. I've always worn Converse every time I'm racing. We'll listen to like just the nastiest, like Big X the Plug or something before.
Yeah.
Just gangster rap. And
love it.
Band, let the band
we'll be in the
play,
staging lanes, and we'll be like 10, 20 cars deep, and Drayden will walk up out the window and he'll just do this, and it just instantly gets me hyped, and it like I just forget about like everything else.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
Yeah, when you run down the the lane afterwards, that also gets me super hyped.
Yeah.
I'm pumped.
I had $5 on you versus the entire field,
Hey,
and
we got it done.
Jamie paid, or was it? No, it was Billy. I think Billy paid up too.
Yep.
So this is what I was thinking. I want Jamie this year. So when the drivers come up and fill up those cards or whatever, how War in the Woods, you got to write the cards that have your sponsors. So Jamie, can say whatever you wrote on there. I always write the wildest shit you could ever imagine.
You better put on there you're married.
I want everyone to put down the song they want played when they're racing. Like,
their intro song.
You sit back there for a while and it takes a second for everything to happen. You play like 10 seconds of the right lane song, and then after both are backing up, you switch over to the right lane, the other lane song, and everyone write what song they want played when they're coming up. Because I thought that'd be
that's a cool idea.
Fucking sick to have that.
Everybody's got their little intro. Everybody's got their little intro song. What would your intro song be?
Mine?
Both of them.
Mine's Mac Miller, Donald Trump. Like, that's the one I want fucking playing when we pull in. And then I might switch it to like some whack ass shit like opera or something just to be weird. But
fuck that.
You got to get in their head in the final. See, that's how it works. Cause like you could go up to Jamie too and be like, yo, switch my song to this and write it down real quick. And this dude will have like yakety sax playing or something instead for the final. And then that guy hears that and is like, wait, why'd he switch up his song? You see what I'm saying? So like now I want to like play mental games with songs.
Yeah.
You throw out that new Kendrick Lamar dissing everyone, and I don't know, man. That would be sweet. Like if you really don't, and then you could base it off like how you feel about the dude in the other lane.
Oh, like diss tracks?
Yeah, like you could have Best Friend, or you could have a song like dissing the state they're from, or however clever you could get. But dude, or even just start making your own shit and sending it to Jamie, and you have your own rap that you're saying about the dude next to you, and you just cross your fingers or call him out. And then that way when he pulls in, he can be getting dissed by you personally.
That's mine right there, Major.
Dolph Major. Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, and
what's yours? You didn't say you got a song that
dude, who knows, man? It may be like Baby Shark, or it could be like
my man.
Anything. I like metal too. So just depending on how pumped I am, like if I'm like 4 espressos deep in the car or something, like it may be way out of left field.
Yeah, this dude's dropping some guar.
Yeah.
You fucking better look out. Like
there's some like classical music. They're like, he's a serial killer,
Baby Shark.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up to Jamie and be like, hey, just play any track off the Charles Manson fucking CD. Dude, you want to know a wild story? So I have all these things happen in my life and I attribute them to the simulation. Because I just don't know how these odds add up. You know, like the percentages of this happening have to be off the wall, right? So we watch an episode of Raising Hope. Do you know what show that is? It's like this really middle class family that reminds me of me. And they're raising this kid, and the mom's like in prison, and it's crazy. But it's like a My Name is Earl. It's a lot of the My Name is Earl cast and shit. So we're watching that show while we're like running oil, me and Maynard. And right before we leave the house to go down to the gas station to like get pops and Twinkies and Swiss cakes and Skittles and nothing healthy to like get through the night of work, on there is the mom of that show talking about, oh no, this is the Charles Manson CD, and this song is like my favorite song. And everyone in the show's like, what, dude? You're crazy. Like, who would listen to that? I swear to God. We go down to the store, the gas station, Admiral in Eaton Rapids. It's like kind of a ghetto gas station. So that's where we feel we fit in. I can't go down to that preppy ass fucking Mobile. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to be judging me because I smell like weed. And so we go down to the Admiral. We walk in and I'm like listening to the music. It's not the same song, but it's very weird. And I'm like, I get up there, I go to pay, and I was like, hey man, what is this on the radio? And he goes, it's Charles Manson. It's my favorite CD. Only put one out. What are the fucking odds of that? Like, I bet I have a better chance of winning Powerball than that happening. Like,
yeah, that's wild.
I don't know. I call those like part of the simulation or whatever that is. Like, I feel like it's controlled. Like, how is that possible? I've never heard it ever again. I've never heard anyone reference it in my whole entire life. Minus like watching a documentary about him and knowing that that's how he started that whole cult was with music or whatever. And his CD sucked or whatever when he was working for the feds. But either way, like, what are the odds?
That's like 1 in a billion.
But who knows? I might jam that, pull it in. Be the third time I heard it.
Oh boy. What the
But dude, I guess I'm going to talk to Jamie now and Jeff and see if we can pull off like WrestleMania theme songs as you're pulling in.
Oh, tight.
Like, dude, the John Cena one too. Like, dude, you could have, or you could even have like speech. Like some dude, you know, like Johnny Cash in the beginning of that one song where he's like, I came and I saw and a white horse. And dude, you could throw all sorts of intimidation factors in.
Or it could just be me like reading the phone book.
Yes, like, dude, how amazing is all this? No, we're not talking about no flat earth.
What kind of prep do you prefer?
We use stripper glitter. We've got a dealer here locally. We switched to stripper glitter probably 3 years ago, and I never have tried any different. So it seems to work. Like if you can spray it, like if we're just trying to get like a motor tune and we're on a bad road, you can spray it down on the road and let it flash dry, and it works good. You can use it for puddles. I don't know how it mixes with other prep. We usually just go to water races, but I like it. You know, it's pretty good. I started using it because the first time I'd ever seen it, I went to a race and we were using skinnies, and I came back from the race and my front tires were green, and I was like, "What prep is green?" And I was like, that's got to be some killer stuff if it's like soaking into my front tires. Because like I power washed my front tires off and it was like green water running out of them. So I started using that. I don't know. I've heard people say that prep is prep. You know, there's thousands of them out there. I don't know. Some may be better than others, but we've used stripper glitter for a while now because it's consistent.
Me too. Chris Lane and Mike and them sponsor us. So.
Okay.
And it's always worked for us. Like we've ran all of them. It's never let me down. So I've always used it. I trust them mixing it because that could be some of the issue with some of them is you just got a bad batch or they weren't paying as much attention. I trust that they are. I will say though, the sticky icky that Chuck sent me did really good. We used it on Mark's car and a few others out on the street, and it was 40 degrees, and it was like the first time anyone was making hits down that street, and it did really, 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 really well. So like
Yeah.
there are other brands, and Chuck's worked great. And thanks, Chuck, for sending that. We liked it. But yeah, I'll always be Stripper Glitter. Those guys have always took care of me. They've supported me, been friends. Great guys.
Yeah, and it's good price too. I mean, I know there's some other prep that's more expensive, and it may work better. I'm not sure, but like for me, like we use a lot of prep when we burn out, so I'm like, man, $50 is kind of a lot of money.
Yeah. So what about that? Are you guys pouring a bigger puddle than like we are?
Yeah, we kind of have to on some of our like local roads because they're like I talked about earlier. Our local roads are such junk. So like,
so it's going down the crack and shit.
Yeah, so we have to spray up on the tire, down on the surface, up on the tire, down on the surface, and like immediately roll up and do our burnout. If not, it's all draining down in the cracks and the grooves, and the car will bog, and then you'll spin.
So you'll have to have two people out there, one on each side, then, or if one's fast enough, they can do it.
Yeah, well, Drain does a pretty good job. We use a metric bunch of prep doing it, but I mean, to get the car dialed in, it's worth it, for us. But yeah, some of the roads are junk like that. You almost need a floor jack to like pick up the car to get it to spin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was that? Billy Goat that used to do that?
Yeah.
The first time I seen that blew me away.
As much as people hated on it, that's how that's us. You know what I mean? If we can get it to work this way, we'll do it this way. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
But I get where some people were freaked out or whatever.
Do you use a lot of weight in the trunk?
We don't use as much as people think. And I won't go into specifics of why, but I will say that the car, like naked without any weight in it at all, is set up better percentage wise than a lot of small tire cars are with weight in them, because I've got everything in the car that needs to be in the car. I've got it in the back. And I've got, I got a full cooling system, double radiator fans, trans fans. Like, I'm not going to call it a street car because it's not, but I can drive it 50 miles if I need to. It's got a big fuel cell in the back. It's got a lot of stuff in the back. It's heavy, but it has a good bias and percentage, so I don't have to run as much weight. Now it gets us into trouble when the surface gets good. We're really good at going slow, but I'm working on that. I'm moving some stuff around and trying some stuff to hopefully keep the nose down, because we start wheeling when the surface gets good for us. So that's what I'm working on here lately.
Oh yeah. So locally, a lot of hard tire?
No, unfortunately, our first hard tire race, we went to support the local track, and they throw about 2 hard tire, and our local track's Ozark Raceway Park in Rogersville, Missouri. They're about an hour and a half away from us, and that's where we started running hard tire, but they only run about 2 events per year. So we're usually traveling to Kentucky, Indiana area. We're usually going east to hard tire race, which kind of stinks. It kind of adds to the fact that we have to kind of chase the money a little bit, because to get out to some of these races is $800,000, in trip money to get out there and back. But no, I'm hoping it'll pick up. We have some hard tire classes that are down south, but they're more OG rules, like geared towards street cars. You're talking about a 30 mile an hour or 30 mile cruise, like full interior. They've got exhaust rules, like all steel, all glass. And I can fit everything except for the exhaust. And there's no way to get exhaust under and behind my car. So I don't really try for those and they're not real sponsor fronted races either. So you're hat racing. So I don't really get after those races a whole lot here locally. So we usually have to drive to some of the bigger events.
So something we've been thinking about doing is, and I guess I'll judge your opinion on this too. towards like I don't know, early October, middle of September, somewhere in there, I've been thinking about doing a 5,000 on top hard tire only race. So
That would
like
be cool.
I would have people come up to Onondaga. We'd probably do kind of what Jeff did if we had enough cars. So here's
Yeah.
the two ways I would go about it, because I don't want to make people lock in, because I'm not the biggest fan of that. But I don't want to, like plan this out and not have enough and have it be weird. But I want to do 5,000 guaranteed with everything, everyone, and everyone's buy-in on top. And obviously maybe a couple extra sponsors. Maybe I can get this up to like 6-7 grand on top of the hard tire pot. And I want to kind of do it like Jeff, where you come up Friday, we go through first round Friday night, everyone parties and hangs out, and then we finish the race Saturday for all the money. The question is how many hard tires do you think we can get all the way to Michigan?
Yeah. See, for us, that's you guys are about a 12-hour drive for us, but we would probably make that, for $5,000.
Like I said, my theory is if I make it a hard tire only, like the full focus on hard tire, that it kind of makes it your guys' first special race.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like putting you guys up front.
Yeah. And I think maybe another caveat to that to get a little bit more cars is maybe either two separate races, like a second chance with a good payout, or
always
maybe
a second chance. Always
Okay.
anything I do, I put a second chance in.
Okay.
Just because I'm someone that travels fucking all the way to Oklahoma, it really, I'm not going to say like we're better than everyone else at it. I promise. We go party the rest of the day. I just go find Lippy and start burning weed, or find someone and start partying. If I'm in Oklahoma, I'll go find Rolling Dale or something, like,
yeah,
we're just going to have fun. But still, I like when I drive 19 hours to be able to race more than once.
Huh?
yeah, yeah.
Like,
because
if I bring the car, otherwise I'd have rather just drove in a small car to spectate.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like a second chance, or maybe, I don't know about double elimination. I've never ran one of those races. I don't know if you have. I've seen.
I don't
more
want to
of that.
deal with that confusion.
Yeah. I feel like that would be more.
I would rather just run. So how do you feel about this too? Like on the buyback, letting second round in, like,
Yeah.
I don't even start the buyback till after the second round.
Yeah. I think so. You might run like 1-2 on the first day, and then second chance the second day, as well as finishing up, the rest of the rounds.
Yeah. So like thank you for saying that, because I forgot about second chance. But yeah, that's probably how I would do it, is run 1-2 Friday night. So it gave you something. And if any fans come, there's still something there to see. And obviously discount the spectators coming in Friday from Saturday. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's $10 at the gate for Friday night and $20 for Saturday or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I feel like that's a good formula.
And then Saturday, run out the whole rest of the race plus buyback.
Yeah.
And like start off with buyback. So they're a round ahead. You know what I mean? So the finals are kind of matching up at the end. Call it quits. But if I could get enough hard tire up there, I thought that'd be cool as hell.
Yeah, I think that would work. I mean, that's a good formula. That's what Jeff uses for his races. It allows guys that may have had some bad luck in first or second round not go home after racing one round. You pay an extra 100, 200, however much it's going to be, and you get to race more, because a lot of these guys, they've already spent the money to get there. They've already spent the trip money to get there, whatever, $1,000 or whatever it is. So they just want to race at that point. So if they go out first round over something stupid, a second chance race I think is a great idea for that too.
And then on top of that, like it probably would, being that like, so let's say you're putting 6 on top of the pot, and I would probably make the buy-in a little different than most of your races, like $200 rather. It's 100 a lot, isn't it?
Here lately, it's been coming up. It's been coming up to some of the races are 150 to 2. But it used to be, man, when I first started hard tire racing, it was like $50, $75. it was not much, you know?
So yeah, like I would make it $200. So like if you had a decent amount of cars, it'd be well over a $10,000 pot. You know what I mean? With 6 on top,
Mm-hmm.
you might even get up to 20 grand. So then in that scenario, you do have people like me, especially if they're in the ballpark of this place, you know, like 4 hours or less, possibly throwing hard tires on, and then you guys can just embarrass them.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that would work. I feel like that could work for sure. I mean, I don't know what the secret formula is, because there are some hard tire races where I look at and I'm like, I look at the flyer and the payout structure and I'm like, that's a gangster race. And then like 2 cars show up. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's
I think it helps like the platform that, you know, being able to have Limpy kind of share it, and Happy and Ed and Chuck and all these people. I think I might be able to like kind of make it into something.
Yeah.
You know, make it the one time a year hard tire race that if you race hard tire, you don't want to miss it. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to be there.
Yeah.
Kind of the way War in the Woods is. Like, I don't miss War in the Woods.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Like,
yep. That's how we are.
if I'm not there, dude, something horrible happened. I promise you.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, Aaron. If they're allowing buybacks back into the main race, then it should be at least double the way I look at it. So
yeah,
if
I would
you're-
agree with that too. Like, I'm not a fan of the buybacks as much.
Yeah,
I feel like if
I'm
you
a fan of their own race.
you earned it in the
Right.
first one, you earned it. You shouldn't have to possibly race this dude again. Like, but a
Yeah.
whole other race, I'm 800% for. Like,
Yeah. We'll do that locally. Like when we have 6 cars, like on the street,
we do it sometimes too, and I don't hate it. I don't want to fully like throw it under the bus, but
a big race with like, you know, if we get 30, 40
yeah,
cars.
I don't want any sort of buyback in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I figured like if we made this one 6,000 on top, 200 buy-in, you know, it don't take. We'll see real quick. Like, what is even 20 cars like?
That's $4,000. 20,
Yeah, so you're at
$4,000.
$10,000 for the pot, and that's, you know, if not. And when I say 6,000 on top, I'm talking 6,000 from the money we make on the gate and stuff. Like,
Mhm.
if we get some sponsors, also, it could obviously balloon up a lot higher. I just don't know how well. Like, I know I'll get some sponsors. Like, I'm sure I can talk Mark at McCormick into sponsoring a set of tires or something, you know, some hard tires or something. But I don't know, man. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the magic is as far as for marketing hard tire, because a lot of your like gangster small tire fans, that, you know, I know when I used to know about hard tire, but I didn't race it, I thought it was stupid and slow, you know. So, but now it's getting more gangster, and like, I don't know, the cars are cooler, and there's more popular races. It's not just foot brake street car stuff, you know. So I think
No, they're rolling.
cool.
I know what you ran at War in the Woods. You know what I mean? Like, ask Ryan Mitchell. Like, I can watch someone go down the track and be within a tenth. I'll bet my life on, especially if I'm on the big end. I have a damn good idea of what you ran. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that's where the
Hard
spectators
tires
come in.
not boring to watch anymore.
Yeah,
Like watching a car go 7.0s. I'm sorry, it's just not. It doesn't look that fast. You know what I mean? Where if even you get into the 6.0 range, it looks like something's happening. You know what I mean? To your average person that's not doing it.
yeah, because I feel like once you get below that threshold, I feel like even if it's a sloppy pass, like
Leave that one up.
slow, it's, you know.
So how fast do you think Brandon went last Saturday?
I didn't see the footage.
Do you think he's trying to bluff you when he answers here in a second, or you think he's being straightforward?
I don't race other people. I just race the as weird as that sounds, like I just race. I know as cliche as that sounds, I just race the surface. So I just try to go as fast as I can.
I know exactly what Ryan ran. Ryan was sharing, like, I was riding on the golf cart with Eric down to pick Ryan up every time because my dumb ass got beat. And so I was helping them. So, like, I'm not going to say anything, but I know exactly what Ryan ran. And my guess was 3/100ths off And the worst guess I had was 7/100ths off all day. Because every time we'd ride down with Eric, I'd be like, you just went this. And you can even see on his video in the last one, like when the door opens, I was like sitting there, you went this, didn't you?
Some people have a knack for that. I've never been able to guess ET from the starting line or even
No,
mid-track.
I gotta be farther in the starting line.
Okay.
So I was like, for most of Ryan's passes, I was walking the return road. And then as soon as he was going to let off the brake, I'd like stop and watch. So I was either mid-track to end of track.
Okay.
And then Eric would come by, I'd jump on the golf cart and go tell him how awesome he is. I don't know how many times you've met him, but he's one of the nicest human beings in the world. He's just absolutely.
I'll be down, Dalton.
Dalton's my boy too.
Dalton's
my
fast,
boy.
dude. Dalton's really fast.
Now there's another guy too with like a yellow Mustang in Kentucky, right? That's pretty quick, and
he out 60 foots most people he races. I don't know what he's doing, but he's got I don't want to talk about his whole setup, but it is a Pro Charge combo. And
pretty cool.
That SN95 car is just, well, there's two. There's an SN95 car from Kentucky that's really fast, and then there's Michael Eds from Kentucky. It's a yellow Fox, a notch Fox, and he's fast too. He almost beat us in War in the Woods 8. Our draggies were 1/100th off from each other.
Wow.
And mine was actually slower. I got him on the tree, thankfully.
I was going to say, you slipping on the tree much, and it was over. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Kevin Fields too. I see he in the Hillbilly Hustler. That's another small tire guy that has been jumping in hard tire.
Yeah. I don't hate it. I don't hate all these I use budget lovingly because I'm a budget guy too. I like all these budget small tire guys hopping in because I feel like that's maybe the new home for everybody.
Well, yeah, but I don't think your car is much off a lot of those. Like, if we're on a shitty backside and you put small tires on, I believe you can compete with any of us.
Yeah. The problem with my car is I run out of horsepower about mid-track. So it's fast a year ago or 2 years ago, on a backside. Yeah. But nowadays the problem is like everybody can place weight where they need to and get that half track that I'm getting that I used to kill people on. But then they can run 145 out the back on a backside, so that's where I struggle nowadays because I'm just trying to break the crank out of mine.
Yeah. Rodney Fortner was his name.
Yep. Rodney Fortner is very fast. He's 60 foot so hard almost every pass.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I think it's the next big thing. That's why we wanted to get you on. You obviously have like set the standard, I'd say, somewhat. Everyone talks about Brandon and Slim Shady and a few of the others, but yeah, we wanted to get you on and let people know that hard tire is cool, man. You don't got to feel like you're not cool because you stepped down to that.
Well, I feel like it is it's like you said, it's the heyday of racing, kind of where small tire was 3 years ago. It allows a lot of guys that can't compete now to compete, and it's not a money race just yet. It may come that way, but right now it's not. You're not racing wallets just yet.
Right. Like right now, you can go get a stock block LS and be pretty damn fun. You should be able to make that. I mean, knowing you have enough knowledge to do it with your chassis setup and everything else, you should be able to go win races.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's cheap racing. If you're just buying plow truck motors and sending them as they go, I've been there. Yeah. Like in the heyday of small tire when it first started, that's what we ran. And to be that honest, we have fun no matter what, but that was fun, man. Like it just seemed like no one cared. There was zero ego because all of us knew that this was so new and we're so trying to figure this out that it's just fun. You know what I mean? We were all just like, you didn't feel like you were an idiot if you knocked the tires off and lost. You know what I mean? You were like, shit. All right, one more thing learned. I'll write that down and we got to change this or do that. It was just a lot more fun.
I feel like you weren't counting passes on your equipment either back then. Like everything wasn't so expensive that you weren't like, okay, I have 150 passes on my motor. I have 100 passes on my tranny. Like back
Yeah,
then,
like
you
I
were just
just told you, we had this many on a cable. Like back then, I don't even know. I have no clue to even tell you how many we averaged a year. I can promise you it was more.
yeah,
We just ran nonstop. Like I didn't even in the beginning know that we should be changing these tires. I'd run a set of tires for like 30, 40 passes.
yeah,
I'm like, man, dude, it just, I don't know. And I'm like changing tune as the tire's wearing out, like thinking that I'm doing something wrong. And then finally one of my buddies is like, dude, I only run those for like 15 passes, man. Like, how many you got on that? I was like, 36. He was like, yeah, like, see how like your M is black all the way down to the bottom? Like, I think it's cooked. So then I learned that. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, we're going to test less. So I
Yeah.
feel like hard tire, like you just said, you get a year out of the tires. It's
Yeah.
not as crazy. Plus, you don't have to run meth. You could run ethanol and still have the power that you need and cooling fat. You know what I mean? And then you can make a lot more test hits like I used to for
Yeah.
a lot less money.
Yeah, we're on pump E85, so I mean we're not changing the oil as often. We are still changing it pretty often, and the fuel cost itself isn't very high. So it's, I don't want to use streetcar. I keep wanting to say streetcar, but it's not a streetcar. It's more, I guess, budget is what you would say.
So I gotta ask, was it on meth before? Is that how you got the meth thing?
No, that's not methanol. That's, so when I bought the car, I bought the car out of like the woods. I went like really far from home and I showed up and I was like, where's this car at? Cause I bought it as a stock V6 car and they were living in like a camper trailer and there was like 10 kids like hanging from the trees, like something out of a horror movie.
Oh,
and I was coming home with it and it was like two-tone painted and like real ugly and rusted out and stuff. And I was like, I was scrolling through and I seen the meme of there's a meme, a real old meme that was like a Mustang with a wooden door and it says the Mustang. And I was like, that's what this thing is, you know? And I tried to make it nice. I put quarters in this car. Actually, I cut the quarters out and put quarters in this car and I painted it up. And then when I started racing it, and I started having to beat the quarters to clear tires and like getting bumps and scratches, and pouring prep on it and stuff. It was like, the name just started fitting it more and more. So everybody thinks it's on methanol, but it's Pumpy 85.
So just like we were talking about, I don't know if that was when we were live or before, you don't go to the pound and pick up a dog named Benji and name it Fred.
Yep.
It's just kind of what it is, man.
Yeah, and some cars name themselves.
That's so good.
What's the questions?
So what we need to know is give us an amazing story that don't have to do with racing. Like you were the game-winning shot on the 5th grade team that bounced off like 2 kids' heads and into the swish, or you guys stole your parents' car and crashed it into a ditch and blamed it on a hobo. Like it could be to the craziest extent to like at least pretty entertaining that doesn't have to do with racing, as in meth staying racing, going every weekend, drag racing. It could be a quad racing story or something, but you know what I'm getting at here. Like,
okay, all right.
A story most people aren't going to get.
I've got one perfect. It's not like a crazy wild story, but it's one of those stories that like really makes you appreciate like life and where you are. Because when you do this kind of stuff, you get really like when you have a race schedule and stuff, you're always trying to make it to that next race, and stuff. And it's just, you kind of lose track of life. But it was actually last weekend. It was funny. It really made me appreciate life, and what I've got and stuff. I've got a little boy, he's 5. And we always go fishing like a lot. He's real big into fishing. He watches it on YouTube and stuff. And he's really good. Like he is better at 5 fishing than I am. And so he's always watching. He got into catfish videos a while back and we've just never got to like catch catfish. Well, we went to a spot and it took all day and the poor kid was out all day and we were fishing for catfish. and we finally got a hit on my buddy. It was on Drayden's pole, actually. Drayden goes fishing with us. And we reel that thing up, dude, and seeing this 5-year-old light up, like he is screaming at the top of his lungs about this nasty, like disgusting catfish. And he's like, I want to hold it. Like he's screaming, like seeing how excited he got about that catfish and stuff. And dude, it just made me appreciate getting to see that, getting to spend that kind of time with him. It was completely unrelated to racing, but it was also something that showed me how blessed I was outside of that. You know what I mean?
No, that's perfect. Those are the stories we're looking for. They don't all have to end with broken arms. Like that one's a killer one, man.
Yeah. I mean, it was a cute little end to our weekend, last weekend.
Yeah. I have kids. So, and Limpy does too. It is amazing seeing like the amount of pump or stoke that they have on something that I'm like, you take for granted those things because, we race really expensive cars or do all this, adulting bullshit.
Yeah.
It is really cool to see them just lose their shit over something that's, probably not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Like, and then the funny thing is knowing that, damn, this kid one day might like play for Syracuse and win the national title.
Yep.
And I guarantee he isn't going to celebrate it like this catfish.
Yep. It grounds you and shows you like how important the little things are, I feel like.
Damn, that's awesome.
And cherish it, man, because before you know it, they're gone. They're
fucking gone and running. You hardly see them at all.
They're 30 fucking years old, and you're fucking here you are, fucking you're like. But you know what the good thing about it is? They're out of the fucking house, and you ain't gonna fucking pay for them no more.
Yeah.
There's always like pros and cons. So that's what we said that War in the Woods where I smashed the or destroyed and totaled the New Edge. If you remember, Limpy, like we were full tilt. We were winning the Waffle House battle with Josh over at Ohio Grudge, like decked out with like full Waffle House sleeves, talked the crew into giving us full like visors and like rock star Waffle House uniforms. So like the whole team was dressed up. We played high card and was like gambling all night. It was the party spot for the weekend. It's what I told everybody on the way home when we were driving that smashed up, totaled piece of shit back. I was like, yeah, I think we might have had a little too much fun before the race. Like you can only have so much fun in a weekend before it like, wow, slaps you.
I learned when Jeff Berry walks by at like 9 o'clock in the morning and he's like, sits down, he's like, you want to hit of this? And you're like, you got really messed up the night before, like bad. And then Jeff's like, and you're like, I'm not going to pregame. I'm no pregame today, no pregame. How often does Jeff Berry come sit next to you and you're like,
that's what I said though. Like sometimes
like,
you got to check it up. Like I've learned from that day that like, if we start having too much fun, I just turn the tune up and blow the tires off. Like we're just going to get out of here today with a car because I can already tell we've put too much fun in the bank. We better chill out.
This was 9 o'clock in the morning. The driver's meeting not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's what I'm saying. That's Jeff.
Good.
Like
We're
Jasper
good,
wasn't over there doing that. Jasper was like hiding out from his crew because they have horrible peer pressure. He was like,
I'll tell you what, I was lucky that
making pizza with Alan Robinson.
We went just a little late on that driver's meeting because I was fucking high as motherfucker for like 4 or 5 hours. Oh,
Jeff
shit.
will do that to you.
There he is in the comments. I'm scared to even Mufasa right now.
Look at his picture. He's like smoking in the profile photo. I think that's a picture I shot at his wedding. Like, dude, his wedding is the best wedding I've ever shot today. I've shot weddings. I'm a photographer for work or whatever. I do a ton of things, but photography is one of them. I've shot weddings for like 20 plus years. His was the best. I'm not even going to tell all the story, but like it was a wild wedding. It was so much fun. That was a really cool wedding.
What's the other one? If you could go back and change one thing throughout time, just one. Would you change anything?
Dude, I don't think so, man. I don't know if our I'm not going to get super deep right now, but
That's the right answer in my opinion.
I don't know if our destinies are figured out for us or not, but I do think a lot of things happen for a reason. So I'd be scared to death if I changed one thing. Like my life would be so different right now that it would be wrong. Cause I don't know. Nothing's coming to my head.
I'm with you right there. You know,
I love the answer.
What about you guys? Would you?
No, I don't change anything.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've
I
made
don't
mistakes my
regret
entire
anything
life,
I did.
and you learn from your mistakes. So, like, that's how you become a better person.
Yep.
Yeah,
And going
this
back
one
and changing
wedding.
shit, that ain't changing anything.
Yeah.
So at this one wedding, she was like 92 years old. I was shooting the wedding, and like the family came up to me before the wedding and told me, get as many photos of my great grandma as you can. You know, she's 92 years old. I don't know how many more, photos we're going to get. We got to the reception where they were dancing, and she came up and grabbed me and says, you need to dance with me. You can take a break from shooting photos. I was like, all right. So I set my camera down and I go out there and I'm dancing with her. And I'll see if I can find the photo real quick. And while I'm dancing with her, she puts her head down by my ear or up to my ear. And she goes, if I was younger, we'd be out in the parking lot right now.
Bruh.
And I was like, dude, this lady is the shit, dude. And she was talking about all this shit. But the thing that fucking stuck with me, dude, is she grabbed my arm hard when she said this part. Like, I felt like she wanted me to really hear what she's saying. She says, I fucking promise you, when you get my age, you will regret nothing you did. You will only regret the things you didn't. And she's like, I fucked up a lot in my life and I regret none of it. What I regret is I didn't go do this. I didn't go skydiving. I didn't go to Rome or whatever. And I don't know why that stuck with me. And from there on, I've never regretted a fucking thing I've done. Good. And when I think of it that way, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And she actually passed away a week later because obviously when I gave them these photos, they wrote back and was like, pretty choked up, because obviously after that too, I took a lot of photos of her because I was like, dude, this lady is so cool. And she boogied all night. It wasn't like she, was struggling, like you'd think at 92 years old, you probably aren't walking. Dude, she was fine. Like she walked around and it was a really cool deal, but kind of like your kids say, it was one of those moments where I was like, damn, you're right. Like when I get older, I don't care if I end up in jail for a year. I'm not going to care. Yeah. I'm going to care that I didn't go do this or I didn't go do that or I didn't spend more time with my kids or I didn't. You see what I'm saying? It's all going to be what you didn't.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you got any sponsors or anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah. So first of all, Drayden, like I said, without him, I mean, not only does he come with me to every race, helping me crew the car, getting dirty, spending his whole weekend, when he could be doing other stuff, he's lining me up and doing all that. He's always like, we'll go, if we have to go 3 hours, 4 hours away from home to test, he's down to do that. He's always giving me parts because he has a car too. He's got a Notch Fox that he's building and it's going to be pretty sick too. But he's always like, I feel like I'm hindering him building it because like half the time I'm blowing my stuff up and he's giving me his parts so I can make a race. And I mean, just everything. Drayden really does a lot for me. So him first and foremost. And then Squirrel Tune, Jack Roberts, he helps me out a lot on technical information. He has from the start, even before I was the Mustang and like had any kind of like, he didn't have to help me. And he always like helped me on technical stuff. That's my boy.
Yeah.
Jack has helped me exponentially win a bunch of money over the years because I would have been burning up motors and stuff. And he was like, hey, this is how you tune like LS turbo deals basically. And he helps me out on parts and stuff a lot. And then Gary's Tire, that's my day job here. They have helped me since they're old dirt track racers, and they can see the fire that I've got for this, and they've always helped me. They've let me work on the car in the shop because I have no like place to work on the car. So without them, I wouldn't even have the car, the way it is. They help me out a huge amount, and I'm sure they're going to get embarrassed that I'm saying that, but I mean, you gotta give credit to the people that support you.
Yes.
I've got so many people. My buddy Junior, he's the same way as Drayden. He's always down to give me parts, help me anytime that he can. It's huge. I've got a pile of people behind me. I am really blessed. I don't have a whole lot of stickers on the car, but I've got a lot of solid individuals that see me they want to see me do good. So I'm super blessed to have that kind of support system, because 90% of the time, I've tried to go and race on my own. I've tried it one time and it just doesn't work. There are people that can do it. There's people that can say, "Hey, will you pour my puddle?" And it works. But for me, an average guy, like, you got to have people behind you, and I'm super thankful from everybody who you would consider big or small. Because everything, even little details, even little parts and stuff that they give me, time that they spend, questions that they answer for me. I mean, it's huge. It's huge.
Facts.
You're forgetting a group.
Are you forgetting your wife, your kids, family?
Yeah, my kid. I'm not married, but my kid.
Oh, okay, that's good. You referenced the kid, so I kind of made a shitty assumption.
My kid, he is my biggest fan, but I will say, like, he is super pumped about my buddy's cars, almost more so than mine. It seems like sometimes he's always like, "Hey, that's Junior's," because Junior's got a station wagon and stuff, and he like thinks that's super cool, and it is what it is,
No,
But,
dude, my
yeah,
kid's
he
the
loves it.
worst, dude. So we've raced beater bomb a ton, like a lot of times.
Yeah.
And like, dude, my kid, every time I got to get a beater bomb shirt, I got to have a beater bomb hat, I got to have a beater bomb this. Then he wears it on the day that like Joey and me are on the same property. Then
You're like,
all
"Hey, I
the way
raced
home, he's
too."
like, "Dad, are you ever going to beat Joey? Are you ever going to be anywhere near Joey?" It's like you, and then Megan, which is such a Megan move. Me and Ryan had a race that was very similar to me and Nate's at War in the Woods, like 1 inch,
Yeah.
like finish.
Was that
It
at
was
Wagler?
like a what? No, that was a cool race too, but that's not it. We were at Civil War at Muncie. So this is like way back, and it was like a backside race, and we just pedal fested all the way down and ended up being like an inch at the finish line. It was pretty cool. She gives Noah a sweater. Dude, I swear to God, this dude wore that sweater, because he grows so fast, This thing was like a crop top from like Adam Sandler's prison football movie. Dude, like, I looked over like, yo, take the fucking Firebird shirt off. It's over, dog. Like, hang it on your wall if you have to rub it in my face. I did not jump, did I, Limpy?
No, it was clean.
It was clean. It was as close to a jump as you could.
It was a very lucky guess. It was same frame. You
got to do what you got to do.
Still didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like on that pass.
I ain't gonna lie. This
I don't even care
weekend,
to tell someone, like, we made our fastest no prep pass on that one and lost by 2 cars. That's like when I on the way home from that event was like, okay, we need the new car. And it's not that I didn't have a strategy to make my car go faster. I do. It's just when you start running 50 pounds of boost, you break parts. And my parts aren't cheap parts. They're fucking big block solid lifters with bronze sleeves. They're 1/2-inch push rods. They're Jezel billet fucking shaft mount rockers for Frankenstein heads. It's not a cheap LS anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have money for that. Like, if Jeff Barry didn't feel sorry for my broke ass and Con his buddy Robbie from the Ford dealership to come help me put this motor back together and help me, he paid to have my pistons, coated and help me out on the crank that we broke in half. I wouldn't even be running. We'd have a stock block in there and we'd only be doing really slow events or even hard tire at this point.
Mhm.
And you know what I mean? Like, thanks to him, that's not the case. So yeah, I just don't want to break parts. So like he created this other car so we don't have to do that. So we can beat that one down and leave mine kind of turned down. And when you have a dart block, Frankenstein head, big block lifter, 1/2 inch, everything, but you can run 5.0s, 5.20s till the fucking cows come home. Like I can make 400, 500 passes if I really want to without even changing the fucking bearings. As long as something dumb doesn't happen.
Yeah, and that's the goal, is to overbuild it, which I don't do, and I should. But
that was our goal when we built the dart block motor, honestly, because back then small tire was slow.
Yeah,
it was slower than you guys probably. Like I was like, shit, if I go build this motor, I'll never have to fucking. My mile an hour at Wagler was 156.
Hey, don't feel bad.
And
This weekend, he was getting off the gas at like 500 feet and still.
I was just gonna say, like, you can go watch the video. I just told you I went 156. You take a guess what he ran when he come by me so hard it shuttered my fucking car. Like, that dude's a bad man. And he's so humble and so nice.
He is.
And the
He's so
family
nice.
is so cool. And Eric is literally one of my most favorite human beings on the planet. He's wild like he used to be wild like we were and stuff, man. Ryan's awesome, man. I love watching my friends or people I like succeed.
Yeah, I feel like he deserves to be where he's at, honestly.
Like he's a really good guy, man.
Yeah.
Their whole team. And they do so well. And they've taught us a ton. Like Eric has helped my crew with like track reading and lineup procedure and reasons to do this or that. It's wild. Yeah, dude. It was like no, it was a lot faster than that. But I don't want to, like I said, I told the mile an hour, and then I explained if you go back earlier in the show that mile an hour don't matter. You can run a lot of different times with a different mile an hour.
I will say that we had a small tire race coming up, and we were at War in the Woods, and we talked to Ryan in the staging lanes. We were on hard tires, and we talked to him about slick tuning, and he gave us like one little piece of advice, and we lost 3/10 in ET from that little thing that he told us. And I was like, bro, like he didn't have to do that. That was so solid of him to do that for us.
No, he's not cocky or anything, but I honestly believe in his head, he's like, I could tell you everything I know and I'll still beat you.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And he'll never say that or anything, but that's just my guess. He'll probably tell me I don't ever think that. I always think I'm going to lose because he's the nicest dude ever. But
yeah, he really is.
Yeah, he looked fast at Yellow Belly. And it wasn't like he was racing, Joe Blows. Like when you're letting off the gas and beating people like Cantu, bro, you rolling. Like
I know Cantu had problems, but Cantu was making some licks. I mean,
Cantu's so fast too.
We ran Steve. I mean, Steve was like on a pass, and he's like
Steve Little's fast, man. Like that, I had fun watching that all weekend, man. That looks like we have to go. I don't care. Like watching the people on the line and just the way that place is.
That's a bucket list place for us too.
I mean, I'm glad we didn't because we would have been running on a fucking drill after driving 24 hours somewhere. But I'll tell you what, if you ever picked a place to have problems or go out early, it's got to be that place because it looked like a blast to hang out. I mean, you could have hung with Pat.
Yeah.
Follow Pat around, interviewed the Christmas tree and everything.
Yeah, everything, but then the fucking the camera, the producer got fucking high, and he fucked it up. He fucked it up.
So
not the cameraman, but the guy running the guy that started everything.
My buddy Big Matt sitting across from me here, he wants to know how come no hard tire on the street? How come that hasn't took off?
Man, I want to. I basically grew up street racing. It wasn't fast and it wasn't big money, but that's how we raced when we were, add hard tire to yellow belly. That's how we would race growing up. I mean, we would always race on the streets. It just got faster and faster. I think hard tire on the street would be a good idea. I mean, I still test hard tire on the street a little bit. It's just most of these races are happening on the track, so you have to test on a track, really.
Yeah, I'm sure like some of the dig or die or real slow backsides, you can kind of use the street to maybe make some judgment.
And we've talked about it a little bit. Me and Brandon got together probably a year ago, and we wanted to make something happen. The problem with the street stuff is all the fast hard tire guys are like really spread out. There's guys in South Carolina that are super fast, and then you got Indiana, Kentucky. We're from Missouri, and then you've got I'm sure I'm missing some state. Ohio, Mike's from Ohio, so it's kind of it's a long distance for everybody to drive. So maybe it's like something that we need to do in Michigan or something, so everybody has a long drive, and maybe it's just a baddest of the bad street race that we have to throw. I don't know, but I would be down for it.
Yeah, I thought about maybe getting with Yellow Belly and doing an event there, but man, that's a different world, man. It's a different world over there. It's like,
it looks like it.
Yeah, it's like it's there was all kinds of stuff happening this weekend, and that I've seen posted, and I just ain't going to get into it, but that's just it makes the track look bad when like when owners and shit let shit happen. But I guess laws are laws, I guess, on private property. But
I don't know.
I thought about doing
Swanson.
maybe one there, just like Jasper's talking about doing like a, an entry fee plus X amount of find sponsors to put money on top and just have one class.
Oh man, you want me to get me in trouble with Chuck, dog? Kyle Swanson just sent me some. I don't know if he wants me to share it or not, but he looks like he's made a pretty good hard tire pass with a 3,900 pound Alco with a 440 treadwear. So explain that to me, because I'm kind of stupid. What is the big difference? Is there a big difference between the 440 to the 220?
So in my experience, no. And I really don't talk about like tires a whole bunch, but I will say the one set of tires that I have tried that did not work at all for me, they were the worst set of tires I ever put on. And I may be proven wrong by somebody else, but I put on Pirelli, like the P0 Nero tires or whatever, like the road course tires. I thought for sure that those would be, because I've never ran a 200-ish or 220 treadwear tire. I've always ran 400 or 500 treadwear. And I put a set of those on, and it was like racing on glass. Like the car was the slowest it's ever been. And like I tried no burnout. I tried big burnout, small burnout, like glue, water, and they just would not hook. So I don't think it's as much about the treadwear. I think the treadwear is honestly how far the manufacturer warranties the tire from wearing out, if that makes sense. I don't think it has to do anything at all with the softness. And I'm sure Drayden's probably yelling at me on my phone right now, telling me to quit telling secrets. But our tires are like 500 treadwear. I think they're 560. And we fingernail test tires. And that's how we see if a tire is going to be soft. And there's some guys that don't want a soft tire either. Like if you're running on prep, I've heard like there's a big debate in the 275 community that like Coopers aren't as good on the track because they're a softer tire than a BF Goodwrench. But I don't know. I haven't had enough on different surfaces and different tires to tell you for sure. But the treadwear, a lot of people get hung up on the treadwear. They want a 220 treadwear tire, like right on the money. But the ones that I've ran, those Pirellis, they didn't work at all for me. So I don't know. There is a guy, the only guy to ever beat us on hard tire, Dave Ballard. He wasn't running these tires then, but I think he's got a tire that's somewhat similar to those. I don't want to give his combo away, but it's fast. That car, it's a street car, and it's a big block nitrous car, and it's very, very fast. And he does it on a tire that I wouldn't personally think works. But it's like Limpy said earlier, I think it may a lot be in the tuning side of things, and you just work with what you have, and you just stay consistent, and you just tune. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a huge believer in the treadwear numbers just yet. But
run flats.
Nice. Who do you have cleaning your injectors when you need that done?
I've got a flow bench. I had a somewhat local guy in Springfield, Steve Huntley Motorsports. He did it for a very long time for me. Every time I blow up, which was pretty often last year, he would do them. And then I picked up a Amazon little like cheap flow bench, and I've been doing them myself this whole year, and they seem to be working. It doesn't have quite the pressure. I can only get the pressure up to like 40 pounds when I'm flowing my 210s. But it's enough to see if they're equal or not, and if I need to clean them or match one up or something. So yeah, I've been doing them, and it seems to work pretty good so far. We haven't pushed the car super hard yet this year. We pushed it once in Birmingham last month, and we lifted ahead. I think we ran out of fuel system. I get in trouble when I'm running small tires. I get in trouble on the keyboard because I'm always trying to just turn it all the way up, basically. But yeah, we ever since then, we haven't pushed the car super hard yet. We've only been probably 35 pounds of boost so far, but the injectors seem to be working. But I'll probably have to get some. But I heard they were discontinuing Bosch 210s. I don't know how true that is or not.
I have no idea. If Kyle's still on here, he can probably answer. That's what I was going to tell you. I always tell everyone and ask weird questions. Like, what do you do with this? Fuel Injection Services is like one of the best companies I've ever used. Just such a good dude and very honest. And so I always recommend him to people.
Okay.
But
where's he out of?
Cleaning your own is pretty cool. I think he's Oklahoma, right?
Okay.
He might correct me here. Yeah, it's Oklahoma. I had to think about the shipping address real quick. Yeah, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Yeah, really nice machine, really nice setup, really honest. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, the professionals, they've got it figured out. They can tell you exactly like how much your injectors flow and like how the percentage off. And
everything. he can percentage the coils, everything. Like how. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. But I always throw out shameless plugs here and there. That was going to be one of them. But cleaning them yourself, that's awesome. Noble, Oklahoma.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
I mean, this dude obviously is noble. He lives in Noble, Oklahoma. So, like, he's a noble soul that won't lie to you and will keep your injectors very clean.
Yeah.
They street race a lot in Oklahoma. Right now, someone's setting one up. Is that correct? I don't know what the date is. I almost Innovations. God fucking damn it. There should be a sticker right here too, and I screwed that up. I'm sorry, Kyle. Fuel injection.
Yeah, that's basically Oklahoma City. Yeah.
I'm gonna stick that right on the laptop.
That's basically Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I think they're about to have a really cool street race. I thought about maybe doing it. I guess it depends when. I think we're going to try really, really, really hard to go to Nate's race. That's like what, May 12th on a Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do everything in our power to do that. That's like the week after the purge, right?
No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Oh, that's so much better. I got a little bit of buffer in there. Okay. So you're going to be at the purge. Have you been to Wagler before?
No, I haven't. I've heard that it's really good surface early, and then out the back it's kind of slippery. So I don't know how exactly I'm going to plan for that, but I've never been.
It's an amazing place to hang out.
That's what I've always heard. That's what I've heard by many people, is that like the facility is nice and it's a cool place.
Do you do dumb shit at when you're not racing, like towards like I don't know if you smoke or drink or whatever, but when stuff's involved, do you like to have fun?
I kind of laid that stuff down about 5 years ago because I was doing a little bit too dumb of shit. Yeah, and
Well, we're gonna have what is it? Jasper, the golf cart race at the motocross.
Yeah, so
track?
at Wagler is like a mega sports complex. They have like
Okay.
a round dirt track that's super banked. They have a motocross track. They have a giant pond that I feel like the losers in the finals should have to jump in the pond or something
Ooh.
should be involved with that pond. But either way, on the night, when on like obviously the first night or whatever with the people staying, we're gonna do a huge race on the motocross track with pit vehicles and like
Okay.
gamble on them. So you'll have to jump in that at least.
Oh, I'm down with that. We're gonna show up Thursday night, I think, is when we're gonna show up. So
Yep, that's the same for us.
okay.
Would you book a room at the Holiday Inn or?
No, I ran out of time to do that. I forget what hotel I booked. It's kind of a little ways away, but I guess all the rooms are booked in the one that I was
shit.
looking at.
Yep,
Oh shit!
So
Where did we stay at last time?
the Holiday Inn.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I
where we
didn't-
are.
I didn't get a room. I didn't get a room yet.
I got
didn't-
extra air mattresses. Do you want to just stay in there?
I don't know. I might just sleep in the car. You know how I roll.
I don't know. An air mattress sounds cooler.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be going from there all the way to fucking Utah. I don't know. My travel agent's fucking stupid. He needs to be fired.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, really cool spot. The owner, Jeremy, is actually who helped me out and kind of got me one of those really unbelievable deals on that cable. He sent out a cable today to fix my problem.
good. No more drills.
Yep, Wagler Motorsports. They do a lot of diesel work or whatever, but they do a little of everything. He is such a good guy, man. And the track, it's weird, like you go to some tracks and it's almost like they don't want us there. The like employees or whatever.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
They're pretty rude and they're pretty bossy and
Yep.
you know what I mean? And we're definitely, the no prep guys are a laid back crowd compared to, bracket racers or radio guys somewhat.
Yeah.
The radio guys like to party too, so I'm not fully saying that, but we're kind of rowdy. But yeah, they were just so cool. Like, so happy all of us were there. They went to every single car in the pits and like thanked them for coming out and, talked to them and shook their hand. And I just thought that was really cool.
That is cool. That's cool to feel like you're welcome, at a place that may not necessarily hold a lot of no prep type cars there most of the time,
Yep. And it was really cool. They helped us out. They allowed us to use welders. I showed up without meth, remember? Like pulled out my 55-gallon barrel and forgot that I didn't swap them, so it was empty. It was like, oh fuck, man. And like there wasn't a ton of people there that day, so like no one had extra meth, and they ended up having meth and hooking me up. And
that's cool.
They have hoist on site.
And they have a big ass fucking bonfire too.
Yeah, they have a bonfire that's like 80 feet tall or 70 feet tall. It's like 200 pallets or something that they lit.
And they got a bear out there that slings
it's
around.
Like a diesel mechanics school also.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's why it's like really cool. They have multiple bays and multiple tools, and they're very nice about letting people, if you got to try to fix this to go, here it is.
That's cool. That sounds like a whole facility.
Yeah, it's wild. And they have 150 or so power hookups.
Yeah.
So when you pull up, you just plug right in.
At least 100. Out.
Dude, I've never been to a track in my life with power. I'm gonna pack all my power tools just to have them.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing place.
Make sure you drill in case your cable.
Yeah, we'll run an extension cord the whole 660.
No, dude, Milwaukee hasn't called me yet. That pisses me off. So some dude can ride a skateboard singing a Fleetwood Mac song while drinking Ocean Spray, and the motherfucker gets a truck. I show the world that your drill is this badass. You want to talk about how sweet a drill run? No other drill other than a Milwaukee was going to do this. And you haven't even called me yet to be like, hey, dog, we sent you every single electric tool we got, plus a handful of batteries and some chargers.
Dude, stickers would look awesome too because it kind of fits the color of your
That's
car.
what I think. And I'm not even asking for a truck here. Like
Yeah.
I'm asking for like your products that probably cost you a milligram of what you charge us for them.
Yep.
Like hook a brother up here, man. I'll do a commercial. I'll rep it. I'll throw
That'd
the
be
sticker on the car. What do we got to do? Like the car is red, white, and black. Like it could use a Milwaukee sticker right on that quarter panel at the back. Like hook this up.
Make it happen.
I'm trying right now to like manifest it. Like hopefully the simulation makes this happen in this once in a trillion percentage of it happening. I did know everyone was tagging them in the comments and like making posts tagging Milwaukee tools. Like, so I'm just hoping that they just haven't seen it yet. And then they're going to stumble on it and be like, whoa, we got to do something for this dude. Like at least send me a shirt.
Yeah.
Something that I can wear one time as a joke. We're going to make a shirt though that just says hashtag second tight on the front and a picture of all those zip ties on that drill on the back.
Heck yeah. That's perfect.
I have God dang, now I was going to ask. Shit.
Right.
Here, I'll smoke to that. I don't forget what I was going to say. Fuck.
That'll happen sometimes.
Shit happens when you party naked.
Right. You don't want to see down below. Down under. Down under.
Oh, was that guy homeless?
What was your
Wait,
biggest
was that guy homeless? Because I
accomplishment?
feel really bad right
boy.
now trying to compare myself to him,
Oh boy.
trying to get
I
free
don't know.
shit. If that dude was actually homeless, like if he was actually homeless, that's way cool. They bought him a truck.
He's probably living in that motherfucker now.
He's on a TV show now. What is it, Maddie? Reservation Dogs.
Oh,
We
Reservoir.
found that out yesterday when we looked him up,
Reservoir
trying
Dogs.
to figure out if we could pull off this Milwaukee deal.
Oh yeah. What's your biggest accomplishment in the hard tire since you started?
Man, winning that first War in the Woods that we won, War in the Woods number 8, that was something that didn't even set in until like we were basically back home and everybody was like, you just won the biggest hard tire race in America. And I was like, dude, I don't even know if I deserve this. Like I'm just a mechanic from Missouri, you know? I mean, it wasn't, for me, it was a big thing. Like, you know, my boy in the catfish. For me, it was like, okay, I did at least something in my racing that like everybody saw. And it was pretty cool. That was probably, I mean, that was pretty huge for me, you know?
Oh yeah.
But
Oh, yeah. How does it feel to be feared, the feared man? Well, one of the few feared men in hard tire.
man, it's different. I try not to let my ego get too big. Luckily, I've got some friends that start making fun of me. If that does happen, they bring me down some notches.
Nice.
But it's weird because like the last event that we were out, we raced 3 cars before we blew up. And out of those 3 cars, two of those cars jumped on us. And we're starting to see a lot more people like turn their cars way up and like blow the tires off and like beat themselves before they even get up through the 60 foot or they jump. And, you know, it's weird. It's I guess it's just another tool in the toolbox. Really. I don't care about the clout, dude. I'm really honestly in person. I'm super reserved and like pretty shy and stuff. So I don't really care about like the title. Like I don't want to beat my chest or anything like that, but it is nice when you don't have to, like, when you can kind of let your name precede yourself a little bit. Like, I don't want to sound arrogant or anything, but it's different. It's different because you know, the majority of my life, it's not been that way. So there's layers to it.
Well,
I
you
just try to
definitely
stay-
you've got the, I mean, people will know you either by your car name or by actually your real name too. I mean, it's not common.
No,
I
it's
mean,
weird.
but-
It's a weird name. It's
so
a weird
when
name.
you're you're either with your name or the car. Everybody knows the car, and you know they probably know the car more than they know you.
Yeah, the car is. And when I first put this like big, let me slide the other way here. When I first put this big sticker on the front, like I was like, that's a lot. Like I don't want to really do that. But
I love it.
I took inspiration from Fentanyl, Rusty Lions, and all them. Like I seen that big sticker on the front, and I was like, that is a way for everybody to recognize that this is not just another flat black Mustang. You know, this is the Mustang. And I was like, I'm gonna do it. As cringe as it was for me to first put it on, now it's like grown on me, and that's like the brand of the car, you know. So it's different.
Do you have T-shirts?
We're about to make an order. I'm waiting on a graphic rendering, and we're gonna get together an order, and we're gonna drop a. I'm not gonna do a pre-buy or anything like that. I'm gonna get a run of shirts together and see kind of what the interest is in them. And we are going to drop T-shirts.
Well, you better get a fat boy size. I'm telling you.
All right, we'll get.
Yeah,
we'll get,
my word of advice right now. This ain't a joke. Like, if you can get some 5XL talls, they have to be talls.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you'd sell a lot. I get asked more for that shirt probably than any other size. If you can believe that or not, there are a lot of big boys out there that want to rock that gear.
Okay, we've got a pretty good T-shirt company actually local to us, so he should be able to get us kind of whatever kind of size we need. So we'll keep a few of those on hand for sure.
No.
Nick did good this weekend and had horrible luck. I know he made it all the way to the final with Freddie Lafette. I think Windy Hollow. Was it Windy Hollow? I think it was Windy Hollow or something. Or he'll have to comment on here. But they made it to the final. He ended up. I think it rained and got rain down the downpipe and hydrolocked it a little bit and ended
I've
up.
seen some carnage pictures.
Yeah, London, Kentucky. Yeah,
I think Jeff just called me fat, but I'm scared of him, so I'm going to take it.
Yeah, he did good. There was a few good races. Waji did really good at King of Columbus.
Yeah, the Tennessee Hustler guys rolling through as well.
Yeah, a lot of racing going on.
Lately. Oh yeah, the Tabor winning on 7 cylinders. The
buyback at King of Columbus
race.
Stephen Brown won the Ubley race.
Yeah, we had Trey the Boss here, 1 foot brake. You had Ryan Mitchell, small tire. You had Mikey Hollis win. They had.
So your next race is the Purge.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had
2 weeks from now
72 cars or something like that in that 530 class.
That's crazy. An index class.
21,000 something.
It's small tire gangsters.
Yeah, small tire indexers.
How long did that take to run?
They actually the second night was a little. Well, we were there all day long. Never mind. I guess it really don't matter, but we were there pretty late. But yeah, I mean, the problem is that that place gets so packed, man. It's like you know, filling 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. You know, it's just.
Oh, it looks like it.
Yeah. So is there a long wait down there from like switching classes or like between passes? Is there a lot of
usually
wait?
they just roll in and they'll roll into the other deal, but I think this time they only let you only double enter, I think, and that was it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to convince Poland to take out index and make hard tire the new class, because
I think it would be gangster.
I think there's a lot of hard tire cars that run at the gut, or at least, I mean, I'm not saying they're you know, like ready to go, but a lot of, like if you go watch Gut TV, dude, there's just one hard tire car after another making test passes out. you go
Yeah.
and give them a class, like it might be
That's
huge.
what I thought about doing, just like a hard tire, run what you brung, and then
It
kinda
might
like
be a
what you were talking
huge
about.
class
Out
at
there.
Yellow Belly, to be dead honest. Like I feel like that would be a very popular class. You'd
Yeah.
have every dude down there with a brand new Camaro or whatever thinking he got this.
Yeah. We'd be there for sure. That's a bucket list place for us for sure. It looks amazing from the videos, so we want to make it down there. We just haven't really found a class that we can just not get half tracked in yet, but
Yeah. Which they had Michael on here. He tried the foot brake class this weekend, or
I seen that. That's ridiculous.
I was surprised he could get on boost.
It sounded like it was on a trans brake. It was just
Yeah. He
right
rolled
up.
in, and then you hear him start popping and stuff, and I'm like, damn. But Trey won that. Scotty Crook won the. I think they have like a 590 something index, and then they had the truck index class.
Yo, we got mosquitoes like a motherfucker.
Oh boy! Look out! Look out! Look out! They're already in there, dude. They're already in there. They're already in there. If you're closing the door, you're just trapping them in now.
You figure all the
Yeah,
smoke
that
will
way
run
they
off.
can all suck all the blood they want and not be in here tomorrow. I gotta let them get me at some point. So like, this is my stand right here. Damn, I saw them start swarming in. I was like, shit.
Well, appreciate you coming on. We don't keep you on that long.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me on.
And if y'all
I
wanted to
think
know
both of
anything,
us
you
will
should have
see
asked
you at
that
the
in.
purge.
Oh yeah, that's fact.
Yep. So I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
I'll be
Should be
running
cool.
behind you.
I'm down with it.
Yeah.
Down with that
Limpy
at
is
this point.
stating right now that he will take meth stang for any amount of money over the whole field. He just said
What?
it.
No.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
I'm gentleman. I'm a gentleman bet. I'm a buck or a
He
five,
says $5 right now.
Yeah.
First come, first serve.
Shoo.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you what. Anyone that shows up to the purge, come find me because I'll bet $100 Mustang wins over the whole field if they want.
Jeez.
Damn.
So come track us down. We're the trailer that looks like it's on fire.
That's facts. That's facts.
We have.
I've learned not to stay too long in Jasper's trailer after party. I've learned.
Yeah, you got to
There's
be
probably
careful.
not mosquitoes in there.
Oh no.
Nope.
If they are,
Fog them right on out.
right.
Yeah, dude, the
All right.
candy bacon too that's there. Make sure you go try that.
Ooh,
Candy bacon. Okay.
quit talking.
So good.
That noise.
That sounds good.
It was.
All right. All right. Appreciate you coming on.
Guys, appreciate you having me.
Later.
Thanks for time.
See ya.
Later. All right.
Yeah, that was good, man. The hard tire guys, I'm telling you, that's going to be the class, man. That was
Yeah.
cool. I think we got some of the secrets out of them that these guys were wanting, a few here and there.
And if they wanted to know something, they should have said something.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
should have asked more questions because
I
he
mean-
was kind of, you could tell he was like,
He was kind of not wanting
he
to
was
say.
answering them, but I don't think he really
But-
wanted to. Like,
What really surprised me was when he said that he prefers that 440 treadwear or
yeah, that
400
blew me
treadwear.
away.
I was like, wow. So
He
you would
said a
figure
couple things that were super shocking, like that the 20-inch tire really wasn't, you know what I mean, like any better than the 275, because so many people think that like that's the truth to what's going on there or whatever. But I mean, like watching Slim Shady or whatever at War in the Woods, I'm pretty sure he was on a 275. Someone can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. And that boy was rolling too. I mean, like, he was wheels up at the end, I think, a pass too. Like,
yeah.
but yeah, that was a good one, man. He was a super good guest.
I got some stuff that somebody sent me here.
Did you finally find the
Some
intro?
streets. Oh no, that was the intro when you want to run.
Oh yeah. Okay, I forget. I'm high.
We got some streets apparently happened this weekend. Apparently
Is
they
this
get done.
Ohio?
They get done apparently early enough to do streets out there. We didn't get
Dude,
done
I
till
got a message from who
4.
sent you this video today saying that he found this spot. Dude, let me read. I probably better not because it might let people know where it is. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. But it's like an amazing scenario. I'll tell you when
it
we
looks
go
fucking
off.
good from just I'm looking on full screen. So
I mean, unless Connor's on here and wants to just post in the comments what's going on, we'll share it.
but
dog,
here
this
we'll watch
spot,
it right here.
This spot looks like it's gonna be thick.
Damn it. There we go. Here's wait. Yeah.
Damn. God, I love streets.
Oh.
Damn, yeah. That looks like a really good spot.
Oh yeah. Jacob. What's up with? What you got going on this weekend?
I got a wedding. Man, it really sucks.
You got work?
Yeah, I got to shoot a wedding. I don't really shoot weddings anymore unless like you're a good friend and your kid's getting married, or like I've been shooting your photos for the last 20 some years. But like if you call me and I don't shoot weddings anymore. But one of those scenarios popped up where a really, really, really good friend of mine, just a really good guy. He's older than me, man, but he gave me a job at one point and like kind of taught me how to go about things. So it was one of my first mechanic jobs. And, I wasn't like, I didn't go to school for it or anything. And I was an idiot at that time. Like like when cars were coming in, I was diagnosing them based off experience, not based off, yeah, I'd shoot yours, buddy. Not based off, like the actual principle or how it actually works. So like he come out the first day and was like, hey man, this thing needs brakes, put it up, write it up, tell me what it needs. So I kind of checked it out and I went in and I was like, the pedal's soft, blah, 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 probably needs this. And he's like, well, why? And I was like, I don't know. That's what it was last time that I had a car that did this. And he's like, yo, that's like not good enough. He's like, you gotta learn like how the entire brake system works. So that way, when it does this, that there's only two possible variables, one possible variable on what that problem is. Like you have to actually understand it, not just, go based off experience. And that's how we attack everything else, or at least I attack everything in life is I want to learn as much as I possibly can about it so that I know what I'm looking at to start with. That way I'm not just making guesses, like you have some sort of knowledge on it. But he was a really cool guy, so I owe him, and I was employed by him for a long time, and he's always been great. I actually have his scales right behind me, dude, because his kid, Roundy Rounds, and he's like the crew chief, and this is not a lie, dude. They've made like 3 rules in his class based solely off him because he's so fucking smart.
Well, that's what them roundy round guys people do though.
Dude, he figures out these ways to like skirt the rules, so they have to like rewrite the entire fucking playbook because this dude's doing this or outlaw this part because he found some part they use on like a boat somewhere in some aspect and switched. It's weird, dude. He's super intelligent, man. Really, really cool guy. But I got to shoot his wedding. Otherwise, we'd be at PYOP because I really like, PYOP was one of our first events. So I try to make sure I hit it, those every now and then. or as much as I can, but I think we're going to miss it. So I think I'm going to show up late and watch it. And, you know, if anyone needs help or needs me to bring something, but yeah, other than that, like, I wish I didn't have to, but I do.
I'll be here if the weather holds out. I'm gonna have the Scott on the we're gonna do a live feed on Wednesday to make the
Yeah,
call.
that looked like a sweet race.
And we'll be making a call. It's not looking promising right now, but hopefully the weather changes, you know. And then we'll be live. I'll be live on my Limpy page and stuff Wednesday evening. I don't know a time yet. Then we got the Purge. Y'all know what the Purge? That's where we'll be.
Yeah, they got the dopest event T-shirt ever made. Well, tied with the last War in the Woods ones.
Was that it?
Oh, look at those bangers! Everybody better go buy one right now.
And then I'm going from there. I'm going all the way to Utah, Vernal, Utah. I think
Man, I'd like to do that sometime. Like go somewhere that we haven't even been close to yet. Utah would be a cool one.
Yeah, and I think we got Camp Wars.
Oh, hold up, Matt. What'd you roll? What we smoking up?
What we smoking?
Galactic pie.
So now we're burning Galactic Pie. Big Matt showed up and rolled one up instantly. That's a sweet shirt too, man.
Yeah, and then you know
Jeff killed it. You know it, dude. Anyone missing that's missing out. Whether you're watching, racing.
And then I'll be, you know, throwing out some plugs for where I'm gonna be at, you know.
Oh,
of
I
course,
think Jeff
H-Town.
is right for that too. That's right.
Yeah. Be careful. What did he say?
He said Utah's big time weed haters for a state.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Russ
yeah.
Bryant says, Matt Jones, that's my dog.
Oh, yeah, that's
Russ shows up
then,
to all the local races.
You know, cash days of at the hill.
Yeah, that's a sweet event, man. Just for real. That's a really cool track, really cool people. That's a lot of fun. That's a gangster ass place. Like it's definitely a bucket list place.
Yeah, cream of the crop. That's in Humboldt, Iowa. We're going to do front and side one day, and I believe the backside the next day.
Oh
So,
man, see, we've been really kind of looking at a lot of those events because then we can bring both cars.
Mm-hmm.
We can run the one on the front side, the one night. I keep trying to send Jeff pictures of people selling stackers. Hints. Hints.
Yeah.
But the way we travel anyways, it's almost more practical to just bring 2 tow rigs to fit everyone that comes with us more comfortably.
Yeah. And
You
then
know
if
what I
everybody
mean?
can drive,
Like-
it's not so bad, you know, because just
Yeah.
one guy that, you know, having to pull that because he's the only one comfortable pulling it.
So the first the first War in the Woods we went to, I rode bitch in the back seat of my own truck all the way there. And it was so fucking horrible that I told the dudes, I was like, dude, I don't know what we got to do, but I can't do it on the way home. And then we won the buyback race. And I was so pumped. I was like, I'll ride there, and rode the bitch all the way back. Uh-oh. Russ says he's got something fire to blaze with us this weekend.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're coming down to watch. I don't think I can run. I won't make it in time with the car with the wedding, but I will be down to watch. My buddy Brian White is gonna. That's like his first race.
So we need to get on here next, or one.
Yeah, we need to get Brian White on here. He's super interesting.
I either like. I don't know. I don't know if I want to smoke when he talks. You know what I mean? I might want to like soak.
I know. I feel like he's so intelligent and so calculated in how he speaks and carries himself that I'm just gonna sound like a complete fucking idiot every time I open my mouth when he's on.
Yeah.
But we still gotta have him. He's that fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. Very interesting. Involved heavily in supercross and motocross that I'm sure a lot of people don't know. And by heavily, I mean like way more than you could possibly imagine right now.
Like you wouldn't imagine like Jeff Thomas being as famous. Actually, Jeff
Yeah.
Thomas is famous in the hill climb world.
Dude, they don't even
y'all
know.
just
Like
don't know.
he was world champion. Like
Yeah.
as in like Michael Jordan
Yeah.
of the top premier hill cross or hill climb class. He was it.
I mean,
Like for
that's what he did for a living. That's what he did for a
traveling
living.
all over the world, not like
Yep.
the world. Like, dude, when you really get to know Jeff, and that's how cool Jeff is he's so humble. He don't even like really talk about it till you see this picture on the wall that is insane.
That
And
one,
you're
the one that I really that catches me is when he's flying through the air.
yeah,
and
he's like hit the jump at mid hill,
but you see him coming up, and then you see
and you
all
look
that stuff
behind him,
behind
and
it.
Dude.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the picture that I'm like, I can just look at it all the time. Oh shit. There we go.
Yeah, he's like so wild and so like done so much, and he never even really talks about it. Like,
and now he's index racing at Small Tire Gangsters.
Did he? What'd he drive?
That Asphalt Cowboy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool though that he at least got to drive something down there.
Jeff Thomas is who we're talking about. Jeff Thomas.
Yeah, like Jeff Thomas was on YouTube, like, and had tons of fucking like actual hill cross, like motocross videos. He's like one of the main characters in it and has a whole part and shit, like in multiple videos. And Jamie was a huge part of that too.
Yeah.
Announcing all those events. Like, so wild. It is wild what some of these people do that no one even knows about and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and then he used to go all over the country. I mean, the world, not the country, but I mean, he'd
be in Europe one week, and he'd be in
Europe.
China the next, and he'd be in Germany, and then he'd be in Australia. Like, and back then it was way huger than it is now. Like, it was like on NBC, like on Saturdays and Sundays and shit. It was wild.
Yeah. Oh boy. So you're gonna bring an index class to War in the Woods? Well,
no, he's not. Maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna change his name to Index Jeff.
Man, I don't know. Like, I like index racing. Like, I don't think it's the same as bracket racing. I do like that two cars are in a close race all the way down, or supposed to be, and it's usually a close finish. But I don't know. It just seems off to me, like, for what we do. Like, it's kind of, I don't like having to turn the boards on and turn them back off. You know what I mean? And then on, and then off, and then on, and then on. I just.
Yeah. Yellow Belly, they don't have boards. They just got wind lights. But, it works at some places, and, some places it doesn't. You just gotta know the area that you're in, because you could have anything at Yellow Belly and people are going to just go there, because half the people there are just there to party. They don't care about anything else. They're just there to party.
Yeah. So like right there is a huge, like, that's some of like what I don't like about index racing is it's almost like being a sandbagger in a bracket class. Like if you were bracket racing and you're about to break out, you jab the brakes, or I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like I'd go bracket race instead or something. There's a lot bigger pot in bracket racing.
Yeah. Yeah. Funky Town was upset this weekend. He said they tried to screw me. They screwed me. There was a setup. Boom in there. But yeah, there's a down south or south of me. They have this. I guess you could call it. I guess it's a slow car. They have a slower car, but you got to have a draggy in your car. And the finish line guy that calls the finish, he's got to listen. So if anybody lets off, then they just get disqualified. And
oh no!
If your draggy didn't set, then you automatically got DQ'd. But I mean, it's worked for them a few races. I mean,
I know this year, Lapeer UCM Joe or whatever is doing a race on a backside that's indexed with a draggy.
Yeah, Yeah, they've been doing that at on the backsides, and then they've been doing
But it
it in the
seems like
streets
that
too.
would, like, what do you do with? I mean, it must. I guess you just say it in the driver's meeting. If the draggy fucks up, you got to rerun it.
No. That's what they said. If it fucks up, then you're disqualified. That's just the way it is. So
Like if it
you got
just
to take it
your
or leave it.
draggy just accidentally fucks up, you're out.
Yeah,
'Cause they do that sometimes. They just don't read right sometimes.
yeah. But if you ain't got,
That's
if you got, I
interesting.
guess if you got if you got a deal, it's got to have a timestamp, and then
Yeah.
a deal. Yeah, and
Huh. That's interesting.
But back in the day, I was like, God dang, nobody wants to watch index stuff. But I guess just like I said, it's to each their own. Some people like it, some people don't. Is it
No,
all
I
right
don't have
in
a
some
problem
areas?
with
Yes.
bracket. I don't have a problem with bracket racing. I don't have a problem with the index racing. It's just when at a no prep event, you know what I mean? Like it's weird to change. I don't like going back and forth on the tree. I don't like when for a second you're running the tree and then shut down the tree and the lasers, and now you step out and run the light. You know what I mean? And then, okay, let's get the trees back on. It just, at least with the track at like Onondaga that I help with, dude, the odds of the next, like every time you had to fire the tree back up, something probably happening for a second or glitching would be pretty good. And I don't like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like they're a separate thing. Do your thing at your event. We do ours at ours. But like, I wouldn't even say that someday I don't, go to bracket racing instead of this. Like, I like to race, man, and I like to race anything, but I prefer what I do. But I like all racing. I don't like watching some styles of racing, but I like all racing, especially if I can do it.
But bracket racing, they stagger them for their ETs, right?
Yes. So like I have a buddy that's like really, really, really good. And we have Brittany on here, and she is really good too. She's a 3-time bracket champion at Hardensburg. Like Brittany knows how to bracket race. There's a lot of strategy to it. Like, because you can let off at the end, you can grab the brakes. Is it a delay blocks class or no? You have to be good on the tree. Like if you were ever going to go to $1 million bracket race and have any fucking shot of winning it, you are going to cut 00 lights for the entire event. Probably. Like that's hard. Ask a guy who red lights every so often how hard that is. It's hard as hell. I would be probably horrible at it. That's why I hate trees. I want a flagger. Like personally, I race events that have trees because I don't mind it here or there. Or if it's the only thing going on that weekend, I'm going to go. But like, if we have 1,000 races and I can pick, I'm going where there's a flagger. Like, that's what I like. I no prep because I like street the most, and street doesn't happen enough. So I want, when I go to the track, it to be as close to that as possible.
Yeah.
And when you put a tree involved, I believe that now, like someone like me might have a little bit of an advantage over someone else because I can turn my fuel tech on. I can dial a 500, a 400, a pro tree, a sportsman tree. I can put any tree in there and sit there in the lane and just practice over and over and over again all the way till I pull in to fucking go and just practice tree and then shut it off and go up on the chip, bump in and practice. And you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's like kind of it's more raw when you got to wait for a guy to decide when he's going to push the light because it's more than likely not the same as the last time you were up there. So like, I feel like there's less likely of getting guessed on and shit like that. So I wanted to simulate the street. But yeah, I like all forms of racing. I don't want to put any down or anything. I mean, some aren't my cup of tea or some aren't what I prefer to do, but do what you do. I'm not the hugest fan of this index thing though. Yeah. I'd rather see us like make a 26-inch class cool if you can't compete in small tire rather than say, hey, we're going to cap you all off at 530s. Like that's almost crazy as it is that there's a 530 index class there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a really fast pass hit. I don't know. I can think of a lot of tracks off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Did Jason Terrell end up racing something?
Yeah, they were having problems with the car.
Was that black Camaro?
Yeah, and
Dude, that thing was a cool looking car.
yeah, well, they had problems with the carburetor. Jeff pulled it all apart, and they were having problems with it idling, and they made one little hit, and they were Jeff was afraid that the butterflies, it would catch, and it was,
shit.
so I think they tore it apart again, and Jason didn't want. No, he's like, so Jeff's like, Jeff. Oh, so Jeff wheeled it Saturday, index Jeff, and then they got into that. I can't remember the small tire. I think small tire on Saturday.
Oh yeah,
yeah, Brittany. Yeah, I think he ran a pass or whatever, maybe two, and they kept having problems, and he didn't want to, he didn't want to wreck because fault, something happened.
Correct.
And and
dude,
I think
Jason's probably one of the most perfect human beings I've ever met in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if he's capable of doing the wrong thing. Do you know what I mean? So that's so Jason to not want to wreck someone else's car, to not want to have a bad situation. You know what I mean? Even though he probably knows he could muscle through it and his chances were, you know what I mean? Jason is so amazing. Like,
yeah.
And if anyone don't know who we're talking about Jason Terrell at Tin Soldiers.
Tin Soldiers, yep.
Just fuck, man, such an amazing guy. Oh, and I'm swearing. I shouldn't swear. I always feel bad because like he don't swear ever. Like he's that.
I know. I was talking to him this weekend, and I was
and he says
I might have been I might have been a little high a little bit. I might have said maybe a couple of dirty words, but
he hangs with Jeff, so I got to imagine he swear or he
And he got interviewed by Pat McCrotch, and Pat just rode in there. He just sat down next to both of them, and and he was he was interviewing both of them, and I wanted to get they wanted to get their opinion on what they thought about it, so I guess but the producer screwed up and bent over, the cameraman. It wasn't his fault, it was a producer's fault that they were filming in time-lapse mode. So, but I don't know. Maybe Pat McCrotch might need his own little segment on one of these shows. Maybe
all about that. We should. That's what should happen. So every weekend that you do a race, you need to do like a Pat McCrotch video in a trailer with one of the drivers of your picking, and then we'll put it on here.
Yeah. Well, I almost had it.
5 good questions that are really good, really awkward, really, you know what I mean? Like, make them feel weird.
Well, I was going to have it set off where we were live down on the track, and then Pat was going to be out there doing interviews after the race, do you want to get that John Force moment,
So, dude, you want to know something crazy right now? So we had Glenn on, right?
Uh-huh.
And then he won the next week. We had, who do we have on next? Ryan McCoy.
Yeah.
Who just won. Then we had on the Tabers, what'd they do?
They won the second chance.
That's right. I'm telling you, jump on here, you might win.
My feed, James, I just got tired of it's just the start line down there just so jam-packed, and they were trying to, keep everybody at the 60-foot mark. But, I just said, it wasn't worth me standing there and, trying to get a shot that you've got, 10 different other people with the same live feed going on, so that's why I just turned mine off. I was like, it ain't what,
Yeah. And sometimes you just want to enjoy it.
Yeah. So I protect. Man, I don't know about it. I don't know about Ed, but I was kind of well, here's how it is. He rode in and we were there Thursday night, and I wanted to show him I wasn't, hey, I ain't no punk. I might not be in a state that's legal, but we're gonna get down. And Chuck was on his way, so we were like, all right, I think I brought 12 or 14 pre-rolls, and it was me, Dragon. I don't know if Dragon came there. I don't know if Dragon was there Thursday night, but it was just me and Ed, and then whoever was there, Chris, with God dang, I'm bad with the Stone Vet on YouTube, and whatever. We ended up smoking all them things, and Chuck ended up having truck trouble. So he didn't get there. We ended up luckily we didn't. I was high as a motherfucker, I ain't gonna lie. I was high as a motherfucker. But I think Ed was pretty high too. Yeah, Dragon was there Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, dude, Ed was blazed. Like watching the live feed every time he walked out, I was like, damn. Ed's eyes look
I hope I kept it legit, Ed. Being from Colorado, hopefully Limpy hung pretty good with you.
Oh shit, we had Rocky on too, and he won this weekend.
Oh yeah.
And now we had Mustang on, and I mean that's like guaranteed almost. So
yeah,
we like opened up with 5 straight winners after they got off the show.
People should be beating on our doors. People should be beating on our doors here. But usually I'm just.
I mean, we'll start.
I'm like I'll hit up
here.
Jasper, which Jasper hit me up and said he set this up last week, and we were going to try to do it, but I got fucking busy this weekend because I had a 3-day or 4-day weekend here, but we started promoting it. But yeah, usually I'm like. Usually, what is it? Sunday, I ask you if you're good, and you're yep. I'm like, and then we're like, who we gonna get on? That's the next. So we want the. Oh boy, what happened?
No, so maybe anyone out there listening wants to get a win this next week. Maybe you pay us the right amount of money to come on here. We could start making this happen, man.
We might put you in the
cash
intro
in on this before we break this streak. So, does Ryan Mitchell, how do we keep it going? Yeah, that was really cool too, man. Those dudes do it like us too. They don't give up, man. They'll send it. I don't know. What's he offering? Kevin's a really cool guy too. He's got a Nova just like fucking Furious. Like almost identical. You almost would swear to God it's Furious Styles. But it's LS turboed instead of nitrous. And they're getting going, man. They're just, they're trying to clock passes in, get used to it. It's got a lot of new stuff on it, but that car is going to be good. I really, really love that car. Obviously, because it's identical to Furious pretty much. But yeah, there's some good guys, and they have Ethan as part of their crew. So Ethan from Mike Corley's intros, the dude, one of the best videos I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know if we could get Pablo on though. I'll ask him this week, man, because he would be.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear. I don't know if he could talk about some of the stuff, but
dude, he's wild. What I mean, dude. Rolls down for War in the Woods and whatever that foreign mini car with a sound system in it.
It feels like he has something new every year. It's something badass every year.
No one balls out like Gary Lindsay. That dude. Every time I see him, I think of the big timers.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Where they're it's just. Damn, dude, they do it. Like he.
Ed brought me some RSO,
Yeah.
but I gave it to Dragon, and he said, because I don't know, I just like fucking smoke weed or spit my pens, maybe.
RSO
I don't know about all that stuff. I've come to realize that the gummies hadn't really done anything with me, so I just do what I do.
I saw Happy had a super crazy photo pop up online.
Oh boy,
that was snagging some attention there.
Yeah. Yeah.
We love that dude too. He gets down. Yeah, there's a few guys that would be really interesting interviews. I've been saving a few of them. Some of them I don't know if they would even do it. Like
I need
Pablo,
to. I need to start. Yeah.
But I think we're gonna try to shoot for Brian White. I'm pretty sure I can get Brian on here. And Brian's super interesting and he's ridiculously intelligent. Like really intelligent. Plus, he'll probably be off his first outing this year, and he'll probably win it. So we'll just add him to the winners that keep coming on here. But yeah, Mustang was super interesting. I thought that was really cool. I thought it was cool to shine light on hard tire. And that guy has definitely been the talk of the internet before, That was wild, man. Like that broke the internet like Joey Beaterbomb breaks the internet now and then when he builds like a butthurt bar or something. Or that. But man, I'm telling you what, man. I really, as crazy as this sounds, feel like Milwaukee should like at least send me that's pretty cool, bro. Thanks for using our products. Like send me something. Message. Yeah, hopefully a lot of hard tire guys are listening or go back and listen because he definitely gave a few tips away that would definitely help someone getting into hard tire.
Did he say what tire he used? I can't remember.
He said he did not specify what 20-inch tire he used, but he did say that he felt he was just as fast on the 275 as the 20.
Yeah. Well, I know that, but he says, because you asked how long he gets out tires, and what did he say? He goes, I'm still on the same fucking tires.
Yeah.
So
like, and then Matt Munson commented in on there that he goes a year.
Yeah.
So that was wild to know. I didn't know. I figured they were going through them quicker than that.
Yeah, you would think, but you also got to figure on the track though. It's not like doing a burnout on the asphalt road.
Yeah, it's not some chawed up fucking asphalt or grooved out fucking concrete. Yeah, it's a pretty smooth surface, but I mean, well, I guess some of them are rough, but yeah, it was definitely. He definitely had some cool things to say, and it was definitely interesting.
Dude, I got to tell you this. Mark come down and helped Chuck at the booth this weekend, and they're hanging out. Well, I've been picking up Ed all week long, picking him up, taking him, and then but Saturday night, Saturday when we were going, he said that Chuck and them were going to come get him. So I was like, all right, and he said that them two the Muppets or whatever, them two old dudes that always bicker back and forth. He said it was just like that. He sent me a text. He sent me a text, and I was fucking rolling, dude. Because I seen them at the start line. They were all bickering back and forth to each other, and I was like, oh my gosh. And when he told me that, I almost fucking lost my shit. It is Statler and Waldorf.
That's their name?
Yeah.
Tim would have never guessed that in a million years. Yeah, there they be. They're always judging everyone or talking shit about everyone, aren't they?
But fucking when Ed told me that shit, I fucking lost my shit. I was fucking. That's when we were interviewing or had Truly on, and And I looked at my phone and I looked at that and I was fucking rolling. Oh boy. Damn. At least I know not to check my text message when I'm live and you send something. That's fucking funny as shit. Yeah, Chuck had problems this weekend again, like he did. He had problems like he did remember when he come to War in the Woods?
Yeah.
Like a couple of days to get there, he had problems like that coming here. But
fuck, man.
he got everything
It
fixed.
sucks because he's such an amazing dude.
Yeah.
Like he really is, man. I don't know if everyone knows that. Chuck from On Tilt Racing, their logo's right there above Limpy. Man, that guy is awesome. Like that guy is such a good human being and such a nice, kind dude. And I've met a lot of them in this, man. I will say that a ton about people because there really is a lot of really good guys in this.
Have y'all
Really good people.
instigated?
Did you see the video with Billy where he got pulled over by the cops with Stephen Little?
Dude, yeah, and
Dude, my favorite part was Bill throwing him right under the bus. Yeah, I don't know what these fucking jackasses are doing out here. I thought it was the best.
Wow. Shots fired.
Damn, dude. I don't know.
Wow.
Mark looked pretty good this weekend. So I was also watching the King of Columbus No Prep Felons while, bouncing back and forth from all the live streams. And that's what's awesome about YouTube is when you bounce from one to the other, it stops right where you were at. So like you're not like coming in and getting spoiled that your dude's out or whatever. But I was going back and forth. Logan Duvall came out with his new car and we watched first round. And boy, I felt like that dude made a statement with that pass. Like, dude, Logan Duvall's first round pass at King of Columbus looked so much faster than everyone else. And then I don't know, like as it went on, it evened out some more because Logan and Brandon ran. And, Brandon's getting this new car field out, and everything else. And so's Logan. I'm not like making excuses for anyone, and Brandon wouldn't either. But, dude, Brandon's car was out on him for a good chunk of that race. And then Logan ended up getting by him on the big end. But Brandon's car is looking good, and it is going to be fast. Brandon works his ass off. Like, Brandon's one of those, he is not like me. Like, he is not content just showing up. Like, that dude will work hard enough to figure it out. He'll be ridiculously fast. Logan is going to be fast. That car, man, that looked good. And he was fast in Trick Daddy too, man. Logan, the whole Preston crew. Like when I think of the Preston crew, like that's what I think a professional no prep team would look like. Like
Exactly.
These dudes come in and no matter any point of the race, you look over at their trailers or those dudes out, like they are all business.
And they're all clean, they're not,
that's what I mean.
They're not walking up and their hands are all fucking filthy and they got holes in their shorts.
Yeah, they don't look like me and Nate walking down the lanes like we just jumped in a lake because we were sweating so bad changing these tires over and shit. They always look good.
Yeah.
Always. Like, and like you never look over at their trailer and see like what we have going on at the line where we're screaming at each other and the fucking drill's going the wrong way. Like they are always like precision. It's kind of cool to see all the personalities, you know what I mean? The way everyone's kind of different, you know what I mean? And I love it. Some people want everyone to think like they think. I don't, like I love seeing everyone be who they are. And whether I agree with it or would do it that way, that doesn't mean I can't respect them and love what they do, even though it'll never be us. You know what I mean? Like, I love watching the press. It's like watching like a complete, perfect, well-oiled machine run. You know what I mean? Where like we literally, I swear to God, our theme song should be Yakety Sax. That like the song they always play when someone's just doing something completely stupid. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I love it. I love watching everyone. I love how Andrew and Rocky are like say all sorts of like controversial shit and don't give a fuck. Like I wish a lot more people were like that because I like ragging on people, but I always get nervous that they're gonna take it too serious. You know what I mean? And that's another reason I like Brandon, because you can kind of fuck with Brandon, even though he would like probably stomp a hole on me. He lets me talk a little shit, you know what I mean, and not be all pissed about it. He's pretty funny. All those Chicago guys are rowdy. They remind me a lot of the New York guys. Like, they're very hard on each other. Like, if you ever go into,
they're
like,
all short fused as well. They're all short.
yeah,
fused.
like Schoolboy will make a post. Hey, I'm gonna, bring my car out. Anyone look? And dude, the comment section is always gold. Like, people are like, "Fuck you, raggedy piece of shit. I'll run you anywhere. Oh, you're a bitch because you don't want to run." It's so good. I'm like
that, or what? You bringing out your what? He's an RC guy too, isn't he?
yeah, or he's getting ragged out. Like, yo, I'm talking about cars, not art. It's so good. Like, or Joey Ravioli is always like posting some wild fucking shit, dude. Like, they're a good group of guys. We've had a lot of fun with them, but I like that. I like that not everyone's like us. They would be boring as fuck if everyone just showed up and acted just like us. Yeah. Like, I would be so bored so fast. Like, it's fun watching everyone be that way. Justin Lee, I don't know. Maybe we can run some street or something, but that's all we got. I think if that cable gets here from Wagler Motorsports, anyone needs anything diesel, go look up Wagler Motorsports. And don't forget, the Purge is coming up 2 weeks from now at Wagler Motorsports Park. Just a shameless plug for the people hooking me up with a cable.
Yeah, and this weekend we'll again, I'll be having Scott on Wednesday, probably right here, same, and we'll be talking about this weekend. If something happens, got a reschedule date, this and that and the other, because it looks wet right now, but hopefully that could change.
So definitely like pray for no rain. Everyone give that, like, whatever you do, rain dance, pray, say it over and over again and manifest it. Whatever mode you got to make something happen, do it so that place don't rain. That looks like a cool race. And Arkansas is a pretty cool place. It draws in a lot of people from all over like that, a spot like that.
Yeah.
So like what's that, like at that race is probably a lot of Black Sheep Mafia guys.
Probably.
Because it'd be nice to see itself out again.
It's pretty quick, Justin. It's pretty quick. But it's tricky though. It's fast up. It's fast. It's kind of like the Purge. It's fast up out of the hole, but then it gets tricky up top. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And it's looking like a lot of places are kind of following that pattern a little bit.
Yeah. But it's on an old airstrip is what it is. It's a track on an old airstrip.
That's pretty cool.
Like a big airstrip, like a big World War II airstrip or whatever.
Oh yeah, there's a big race in Cumberland too or something, isn't there? Get Gapped or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't remember what that was. A bunch of people asked, but like I said, we got a wedding this weekend, so we're kind of tied up. And then I think we got the Purge. We got to bring my car. I don't think Jeff's will be ready. And then after that, I think we got Jeff's car, and we'll be like testing on that a lot. And Onondega's coming up and shit like that. So we'll be changing gears a little bit.
Probably. I don't know. I've never been there, but according to the people that I've seen right there, were pretty quick. Just see. I don't know. I seen the race.
Yeah, I wasn't. I couldn't see in the car unless he might have saw an in-cam video. Do they have a channel? Or do they post video? I don't see much of Can too. You know what I mean? Like in that form. Yeah, I see him at all sorts of events. He's a fast dude, man. Like anywhere I've ever seen him, like that truck is definitely fastest.
Yeah, he lost. He got going. He was. I think he lost a tire about probably half track.
He's really good at Yellow Belly usually too. Like he's won a few of those. Didn't he win the last one?
Yeah, he won the last one and everything, but yeah, he
Yeah,
lost the tire at about I think it's before the 330. Because you down there, it's like Yellow Belly is kind of like Brown County used to be.
Yeah.
You have dips and bumps and transitions, and but it's all the way down, and then you got the right all night long. It was kind of like the right lane was better, or the left lane was better, and then kind of switch. But everybody by the end of the night they were making passes on both of them, and I think Cantu got he got a buy, and I think he put one in it to see what it hold, and he made a lick, and then I think it was then they end up drawing each other, and then
if Yellow Belly's a lot like War in the Woods, it's what we always talk about. You can run fast, but to do it every round is really, really, really hard. It's like hard to run consistent. It's like you might do it once, and then the next time, for whatever reason, it didn't go down the same exact groove, and now it knocked the tire at this spot a little bit, or clipped traction control and slowed you down some. Like, yeah, it's definitely looks like a challenging track. Big bummer on Cody.
Oh
Dude,
yeah. He got a little squirrely.
Thank God it don't look
Well,
like
the bad thing is that bad wreck, the one with the California Justin Lightfoot and Connor, they had just got that car, the Mustang, back together at like midnight on Friday night, and then I think they are about 4 or 5. They're about 4 or 5 hours away, and then end up showing up down there for the deal. And then,
switch it up, trade you,
and then that happened. I mean, it was.
I might have gave you a bad. It might not hit good.
Man, this dude over here, I'm like, yo, trade me up. I'll hit yours for a second. He's got this sour Sprites here from Superior Flowers.
Oh.
Hands it to me, waits till he gets mine in his hand, takes a quick hit, and he's like, that one I gave you might not work.
Yeah.
God dang, man.
I'd like to thank Easy B's podcast for supplying some carts as well.
Yeah, hopefully everyone stopped over there and bought some of the E's and B's t-shirts that have the LL Spool J on the back.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Ed's such a good guy too, man. I fucking love Ed.
And I asked him, I said, does anybody else call you Ed like me and Jasper, or are we the only ones? He goes, pretty much y'all. He goes, there's a few of the other ones that call you Ed, but he goes, mostly everybody's called me Edward. I said, you get mad? He goes, I don't care.
Wait, what does everyone else call him?
Edward.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I guess I never pay attention to that. I've offended people before because, dude, you want to hear the funniest story? So, Stephen Brown, who won this weekend at Ubley, I've been buddies with him for like quite a while, like through the weed game and stuff, through stores, doing weed stuff, because he's involved in a lot of those too, and like writes SOPs for grows and helps like people grow and shit. So we've been involved with each other for like way longer than the cars. And I've always called him Stephen because he spells his name Stephen. And it was only 6 months ago that I was at the last war. Is it 6 months? Whatever the last War in the Woods was, the fall one. And Caden, the kid with the blue Mustang, the 4i that was really fast, that, come down with Steven. I called him Stephen. And when he walked away, Caden was like, his name's Steven, right? And I was like, no, it's not. And he's like, yeah, it is. He just spells it PH, but it's not called Stephen. And sure enough, he was right. So this dude let me call him Stephen for literally like 10 years. and never corrected me even to this day. So now, like, if I'm mad at him, I call him Steven or Stefan. And if I'm not, I call him Steven. Dude, it was crazy.
You know
like,
what? Index Jeff was calling Stefan here. He was calling him Stefan. I got to introduce them to each other this weekend.
Stefan.
He goes, man, is he here? I said, he goes, yeah. He goes, I've only ever talked to him on the phone. I don't even know what the dude looks like. So I get to introduce him.
So don't call him Eddie.
Oh yeah, we got to call. Hey, Eddie.
He's okay with the Ed, but not Eddie.
He said now it's his podcast name. So, hey, Eddie.
I
That's
never
like
cared.
calling myself Stainer back in the day. You know, I used to.
No kid says my name right. So like every kid is like Japser, like never says it right. And then growing up, everyone called me Casper. And even to this day, like I tell someone like, it's Jasper. And they're like, Casper? And I'm just always like, yeah. Like I've never cared what anyone calls me.
Alex
But
from
I
Germany.
do get called a lot of different names. So Matt, do you know what we mean when they're like, give it the blinker?
Oh boy!
So,
Is he gonna hit it?
supposedly, if you hit some of these long enough, it'll blink. Go for it real quick. Let's see if yours works. Hit it as long as you can. I'll tell you if it blinks.
Okay, I'll go for a blinker.
Fuck them blinkers. Fuck them blinkers.
This is like a bad.
Whoa.
plan.
Damn, mine just like stuck on. I could hear it like sizzling.
Oh boy! Change camera.
I've had a battery on one of these catch fire one time.
Oh boy! Blink for blink. Fuck that blinkers. Fuck them blinkers.
Blink for blink.
Did he hit it?
This fucker got hot as shit, dude.
Did he hit it? Did he get a blinker?
No, he didn't even go for it.
Oh
He
man!
thought we were setting him up.
Yeah.
It needs some blinker fluid, man. You need to see if it needs any. Hit it. Oh, did his just blink? Oh wait, his moving it.
Mine won't blink. Everyone I've had so far is not a blinker. I guess I'm not hitting it long enough or can make it that far.
I'll die.
I heard that. Hit it. Blink it. Blink it.
So that little blink it just did, I was hitting it. But I don't know if that's what they mean because it didn't keep blinking. It just kind of dimmed for a split second. It's so hard.
Oh shit.
Whoa. All right, we'll try this one.
All right, here, hit it. Oh yeah. Did it blink?
Well, like I'm hitting it, so I don't know.
Well, I seen it go off, but it didn't go off. It went like it kind of faded and went back. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mama didn't raise no bitch.
He shouldn't have went for the blinker.
Wow, like sweating really bad right now. So he said 510 batteries. That's like these, right? Answer that mighty on 0215.
Oh man. I smoked that.
See what we got. Did he answer? No answer yet? Come on, Mighty. So Kyle Anderson says yes. That's a 510. Okay, so you're telling me that if I hit this long enough, it'll blink. Someone answer a yes or no.
Blink once for yes, two for no. Yes. No.
Yeah, I can do.
10
It
seconds
helps you,
at
right?
least. 10 seconds at least. Two
No, I'm
blinks.
definitely not doing a half. So like the first time I ever did a dab was with Jeff, and like he had dabs before like any other human being on the planet did. Well, not really, but at least in Michigan. And dude, they would kill you. Because like we didn't really know that you're supposed to wait till it cools down to this temp or whatever. So we were doing like fire hot dabs of like quarter gram hit. Dude, it was so bad, dude. You would die.
The first
Did
the
someone
dab I
answer?
did.
Okay, they usually cut off in 10 seconds. So we'll give this one. Limpy, count me down. Ready?
All right. 5.
Oh, hold up. You couldn't see the light. I need everyone to see the light.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh. I don't think I own one that blinks.
He said, as soon as you did that, he
God,
goes, I
Justin
say the
Lee.
rest in peace.
I thought it was only 9-2. Okay, give me a second to catch my breath, and I'll maybe try to go for it again. But that was brutal.
Oh, shit. Somebody goes, as soon as you went, he goes, rest in peace.
What do we?
I already know this motherfucker don't do it.
I don't know.
You said no Burger King?
Yeah, I mean, what else do we got? I guess I just had Burger King for lunch. So
Oh, man.
Why would you do that?
That's what my old lady made me do. That's amazing. Well, I mean, I guess we.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can go at it again. That was hardcore on my lungs. Whew.
I think you should-
Pizza and beer.
I think you should call it.
I ate pizza for literally like dinner and lunch today. They have this place called Clayton that has like Chicago style, where they put the sauce on top. It's like stuffed pizza with sauce on top. Oh God, it's so good. But I can't do anymore. Damn, only 8 seconds. I don't know if I got 10 in me. That was fucking rugged. Ooh. Damn, that was like a hard hit.
Do you remember the highest you've ever been? Do you remember, like, just, I mean, it could have been fucking last week or fucking 10 years ago. You remember, like, just.
Yeah, I'm
you
remembering
doing
it, but I'm like trying to decide
I was so high one time that I couldn't
how
move.
much of this story I want to tell, because it was a really wild night with a lot of wild shit going on. So here you go. We'll bust it down. I'm just gonna cross my fingers that like my kids or nothing never watch this or go back and watch this. So
Nobody watches this stuff anyway.
So I was 15 years old. It's Thanksgiving night. I am dating. I'll only use first names, I guess. So anyone from me and Rap is watching will probably put it together. But I was dating Dana. Oh man, I was about to say her last name. So I was dating Dana, and one of my good buddies, Chad, was dating Carrie. And we were supposed to go on a double date that weekend, like Saturday, to the mall. So like any of you younger cats on here probably don't even know what a mall is. We used to have to like go to a big building that had multiple stores in it to buy things.
And it
like
wasn't all
Amazon
separated.
and these
It was
people
all
that
like,
just show up.
it was a good time.
And we'd go eat Sbarro or, you know, whatever they had in there at the food court and shit. But either way, we were supposed to double date at this mall. It's Thanksgiving night. I was 15. My buddy was 16. And the two girls were like 16 and already had cars and were driving. So Carrie's going to drive us, which is Chad's girlfriend. She calls me and proceeds to have this discussion with me where she wants me to drive the car, and she's asking if I'm willing to drive the car so she can make out with Chad in the back seat. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Like, I want to drive. Like, it really, in this scenario, I only want to drive the car. Like, that's all I'm thinking. I want to drive this car. Like, I want to drive. I always want, like, to me, I just wanted to drive so bad. I wanted my license. I was ready. So in the middle of this conversation, and mind you, like, I'm a freshman. So, like, this conversation is probably pretty stupid. And mind you, I'm dating her best friend. She's like, well, you can drive my car anytime you want. And I instantly was like, okay, I'll drive it tonight. Once again, as smooth as this sounds, I was only thinking about driving this car. So Carrie, we'll just throw Carrie under the bus. Carrie is my barber who does my hair or whatever and has done it my whole life pretty much and been a good friend forever. She comes over on Thanksgiving. I tell my parents, hey, I'm going to go cruise around with Carrie for a little while and we're going to run down to Moore's or whatever, which is Matt's, like one of Matt's partners. Small world. And she walks in the door. My parents are pretty young, like, I mean, not now, but like they're not far off of my age. You know what I mean? My mom and dad had me when they were like 18. So like my parents, are pretty, younger looking. Carrie comes in and literally just starts hitting on my dad so hard in front of my mom. And like Carrie was the girl, the like first girl to develop. So she's a blonde, a really pretty blonde with like D's in 10th grade. So like my mom was like, I could tell my mom's starting to get pissed because she's just like, oh my God, Jasper, you're going to look like this at this age? Oh my God, your dad's so hot. I was just like rolling. And then I looked over and saw my mom's getting pissed and instantly was like, I might not get to drive this car if my mom flips out. So I was like, we got to go. So like I push her out the door. I jump in the car. We literally cruise around for like, I don't know, probably like an hour. I'm just driving from Eaton Rapids to Charlotte, from Charlotte to Springport. And now I'm coming back into Eaton Rapids. As we're coming into Eaton Rapids, we see Skunk and Thomas Hamill. I'll throw their names under the bus, which I've already thrown everyone's names under. So from here on out, I'm just saying names. So Thomas Hamill and Skunk. We called this girl Skunk because it was weird. She really was born with like a white streak that went so far back. And it's like always in her hair. And it's not dyed or nothing. It's just always been there since we were even little kids. Like in kindergarten, it looked like that. And everyone called her Skunk. And she like liked it. She wasn't offended by it or not, like wanted us to call her that. So that's what we called her. I think her name was Amanda, actually, but we called her Skunk for so long that I think I forgot whatever her name is. She was really cool.
I thought where you're from was talking about skunk, like the skunk.
No, I'll get to that. So then we pick them up and they're like, yo, you want to burn some weed? And I'm like, like I'm thinking in my head, like, I don't know, man, I've never done this. But, I'm like, feeling like I kind of have to because all these people are, a couple years older than me. They're all juniors. So I'm like, all right, like I kind of got to do this. Now I'm committed. So we used to all go party at this gravel pit. And there was a train track that ran through the gravel pit. So you'd take this like whooped out because that's where we'd all ride dirt bikes and quads and shit. So the train tracks get pretty whooped out. But we'd take it way back there to this like turnaround where the trail is to go into the gravel pit and ride, or you can park over here at this spot. We'd always go there and burn down weed or party, or, back then we communicated all of us by CB. So there was no phones. So we would be like, breaker, we're heading out to the fucking gravel pit. What's everybody doing?
Shepherd of lost sheep, come in.
You know it, like I'm not gay. I just been on the road a long time. But either way, like we'd take that train track and get down to that turnaround. And they pull out my buddy Moore that I was just referencing lived down. So I lived next door to a cemetery in town. And if you went all the way like past the cemetery, the next house was pretty much Jason Moore's. So like we're partying out there with him. He used to sell this weed in a test tube. We all called it, the test tube weed. You get it from this dude in Detroit. And it was like, decent, definitely like really good weed for back then. It wasn't brick weed. Someone grew it hydroponically. Probably didn't flush it for shit, but back then that was fire. So they rolled one up. We burn it. And I remember at first being like, man, I'm not even that high, and she's like, so you good to drive? And I was like, yeah. So we bounce back out this fucking train tracks. And now I'm just going to keep cruising this car until she tells me I have to stop because I just love driving. And we're taking off. And then all of a sudden we come up to the first stop sign. And the only way I can describe this is like, those stuffed animals that have like the styrofoam balls in them? Mm-hmm. That's how my whole body felt. Like I felt like that's what my insides were. And when I would like push on the seat, it's like I would smush like one of those. And then I could feel them move all around. Dude, I was so high. Then other stuff happened. Then I went home. Then let's just say that after that, I was dating Carrie and not Dana anymore. And I drove us to the mall Saturday.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, that was the first time I smoked weed. But I was so fucking high that I thought I was a stuffed animal with styrofoam balls inside me. And everything was tracering. And my heart was beating so fast because I was like, I don't want her to know it's my first time. And I was like all hyping myself up because I'm trying to look cool. And worked out, though.
Yeah.
My mom never liked her.
And child support.
She does now. She cuts all my kids' hair. But back then, she didn't. Yeah, child support kicked in.
And I think I was about 15 years old, too. And we had my sister dated a dude that was in the distribution industry. And we had, he called his stash was like, you remember, like if you go to a beer joint back in the day, how they have like the, it holds like, 10 or mugs or whatever. But he had that much weed in there. So me and my boy, Jimmy, we smoke. I don't know how much we smoke. We just keep smoking. And then I think we probably smoked for about 5 or 6 hours. I can't even move. I can't even move my arms. And it's
bro, your
hard
first time you went that hard?
Oh, no. This was no, not the very first time.
Oh, okay. You're saying the most high you ever got.
Yeah. Most high I've ever got. But
my first time was probably the most high I ever got.
But I'm just sitting there like this and I can't move. And we're just calling each other stupid names like, you idiot, or, I called him like a screwdriver, and we just fucking were laughing. I think we laughed we cut each other down for like 4 hours. And then finally, I think we both fell asleep, But, I mean, 15, that was a long time ago, people, for me.
Yeah, it's a long time.
I think I got, my uncle used to, when he used to, was
how old were you? Big Matt.
I think I was probably about 13.
How old were you your first time?
Got high?
See, Big Matt over here
Like 15
was like
14.
9 years old the first time he got high. He was
well,
11.
if you want to get technical,
11.
I ate a marijuana plant when I was a year and a half old.
Damn, that's gangster. That's how you win.
And she said all I did was laugh for 3 days, and then when I was coming down, all I did was cry for 3 days.
Matt was 9 when he first started smoking. He was 11 when he sold that first bow. And he was 13 running guns to Syria, dog. This dude was as gangster as they come.
Damn,
like,
we ain't got him on yet.
Biggie Smalls was really rapping about Matt and claiming to be him.
Damn.
But I'm just joking. Matt said 15.
I think I was 12 or 13. My buddy, my buddy that you got that guy like Bobby's like your best friend, or you know him forever. My buddy Sean, he was actually in I don't know, his claim to fame is he was in Pimpadelics, he was a DJ for Pimpadelics back in, but he's the guy that I've known forever. We've known each other since we were like 5 years old, but his uncle, or my uncle, and his dad used to run together, and we found some stuff, and we hit that stuff. I think we were like 12, but and we're roughly the same age. I think I got him by about a year, but yeah, that was good. And we were looking through the deep freeze, and we found like 8 bricks sitting in the deep freeze. I was like, we know what's up.
That's super good. So here's another funny one real quick. So like I didn't burn until, like I said, until I was 15 years old. But my parents burned my whole life. Like my parents are awesome. They burned down too. Always did. I did not know this. So this was their trick. They never once made it seem like what they were doing was not normal. Do you know what I mean? I never walked out in the garage and they were like this, and they were like, get into the fucking house. What are you doing out here? Like, because if they would have did that, I would have hyper focused on what were you doing that you were that not wanting me in. They'd just literally be like, what are you doing, bud? And like act like it was nothing. So by the time I was like 14 years old, that was so normal to me that I just didn't even realize that it wasn't a cigarette, that it was anything different. Do you know what I mean? And I always grew up, I hung with all sides. Do you know what I mean? Like I was one of those kids that would, one day I'd be over at, Chad's house, and he was very preppy and state champion wrestler and full on sports and all A honor roll. And then the next day I'd be over at like Casey Rogers, and we'd be like baseball mailbox and fucking blowing up shit with fireworks and just doing horrible shit. You know what I mean? So I could like float back and forth between all the groups, and I totally just forgot what I was fucking talking about. What was I talking about, man?
I'm just as high as you.
I don't know, dude. I tried to make these fucking things blink 2 times, and now, like, for the first time in my life in so long, I'm fucking this up. I give up. Maybe I need to get food or something.
Jasper and the life. Oh, you're telling another story.
Oh, good. I'm already back. It only took that long. We switched the direction of the drill. I'm ready to go. Start it up. Okay, so so I was 14. I didn't even realize that my parents were burning. Like every time they would eat dinner, they'd go upstairs. I might walk in their room and be like, hey, I got to go to Rob's tomorrow after school, and we're going to wash his car, because Rob was a year older than me and already had his license and had a sick ass Formula Firebird, just like Ryan's, but all white. But I hung with both sides. So I hung with the stoners and the drug doers and the dudes that blew up mailboxes. And I hung with the preppy dudes, and I hung with the in-between. So one of the, dudes who smokes weed at 13 dudes that I would hang with comes over, and he's like, bro, I smell marijuana. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, dog, your parents are burning weed right now. And I argued with this motherfucker. I was like, the fuck they are, dude. My parents don't burn weed. And he's like, bro, I burn weed. They're burning weed. And that was when I learned that, whoa, my parents my whole life have burned weed. And never even knew up to that point. I had no clue whatsoever. It was hilarious. Not that that helped me any other than stealing theirs. So for till I was 17, they didn't know I knew, because I never said anything or was like, you smoke weed, you shouldn't punish me, or pulled that dumbass card so that I could steal weed off them. Then at 17, I got a little too greedy 3 weeks in a row, and I think they put it together and was like, bro, where'd that weed go? I got caught.
And what's weird is, you know, where I grew up, I was talking about Sean and my uncle and his dad were the marijuana dealers. I don't know how big they were, but they moved a lot of product, I guess, for you know, even back then, because that was back in the 70s. Yeah, I'm telling how old I am, you know, but
yeah.
And then our next door neighbors, they were the ones that used to cook stuff. They you know, every once in a while the sheriff would be out because, you know, they had a bad batch, and some old girl OD'd out there or something, you know. It was bad, you know. I mean, that's where I grew up, you know. But, you know, it was just
we had that too, man. We grew up with a buddy, man, he was as cool as fuck. And then at like 25 years old, he started making meth. And like, dude, he's been busted like 6 times, like some of the biggest busts in Michigan, like multiple times, been to prison for like 10 years for, you know, selling it or doing this. And it sucks, man. He had some cars accumulated. There were so, like, he has a full on like real Eleanor with the 427 side oiler in it and shit. Man, he had some sick shit, but they were crazy.
Yeah.
I know him because I used to.
That was back in the day, man.
He had like a junkyard, and I'd buy rear ends and motors and trannies and all sorts of weird shit for whatever project.
Transmissions.
Yeah, crazy. Well, all right. I think I'm going to cut it off there because we probably already got our show banned for life with some of those.
Which Eleanor?
67 fast. I mean, whatever that 67 is, whatever one that had like, I can't remember how it works. Man, I wish I had Phil listening right now because Phil knows all that shit about every single car that ever existed with every model and option. But I know that it had that very like sought after 427 overhead cam big block motor. There was like only a NASCAR motor or whatever, or put in only a few cars. And yeah, the style of the Mustang was like that Gone in 60 Seconds one. It was like a Shelby GT 500.
Yeah.
Fucking, it was sweet. Like, I was just like, man, that car is so cool. I think it had like a 4-speed top loader in it or some shit. And they came with like part of a cage or at least like the roll bar hoop or something. It was a sweet car. And he had a ton of other shit too, like bunch of Fox bodies and always had cool shit, but obviously from what he was doing. But then he started doing it, and that's where like the problem happened. He was actually doing not that you should ever do that or sell it to people that do that because it's horrible shit. But he ended up jumping on in it, and yeah, it just spiraled downhill from there.
Yeah.
He survived one of those like crazy airplanes you can buy and build at your house that are like one seat with like a cloth wing and a fucking fan behind it. What are those called? Paragliders or something? Or
like the Wright Brothers special?
Yeah, pretty much. Like you're going.
Well, the one that's a glider, or is it the ones that has like the motor behind it?
It's got the motor behind, like the ones that were out at that street race in Ohio that were flying in on us.
Yeah.
That one or whatever, like dude, crash that thing into the top of a fucking tree.
You know what's fucking weird is, you know, you get them they call them gliders, because when I was out there in Kansas at the airstrip out there, they have them planes that take off and they got the little
tow it and then they just unhook and glide around.
Yeah, and how fucking scary was that? You're like, oh, it's fucking let go. Oh, here we go.
Like
we're just gonna fly around in the air.
Any way to like power out of something? Like how many times in the movie were they like, we gotta power out of this? You have no power, you have no engine, so you just go into whatever problem there is with no power.
Yeah, I don't know, dude, man. I'm more of a I gotta have something.
The Diddy shit is so fucking hilarious to me.
Have you what's the new latest? Oh, no.
Oh, the latest is Big Matt's been all sad because Diddy's his favorite dude he's ever seen, and Matt. No, I'm just joking. I don't know. The latest is Jay-Z's going down with him or something is what I read today. It's so hard not to read it. I don't want to because it just seems like you suck if you read it, but it is hilarious.
Yeah.
Like finding out the crazy shit these dudes are into. But all right, we're gonna grab some food. I thought tonight was awesome. We even threw in some of those classic stories. Forgot where we were for a second. Tried to blinker
Definitely.
2 of those in a row. I don't know if that's recommended. Like I'm actually high. I can be honest right now. I don't think I've felt this high in quite a long time. Like my eyes are heavy.
Lizard people. There lizard people?
I don't know.
Wow.
I've watched the conspiracy theories on it and stuff. It's interesting, but I don't know for sure, man. It's hard to tell. Yeah, Jeff, let's do that. Yeah, we got to go to McCormick and we got to get Jeff's tires put on. Hopefully I get paid from this one dude tonight. And I think I might try to buy new tires for mine because, like, as shitty as this is to say, the front tires on my car are the same exact set of front tires that I wiped out in Boost Springsteen.
Oh, shit.
Like, I probably should change those. They've been in 2 wipeouts, probably are flat spotted a little bit at some point. Maybe they've wore out of it. I don't even know, but I probably should buy front tires too, man. I don't know. Maybe I can beg Mark Clark to see if he's got like a really good used set because I run the really tall ones and I feel like people might trade them in. All right, we'll give it one more try at 10 seconds.
All right. I'll do 1,000, 2 1,000. All right, like that.
What about like you got a timer on your phone we can set up? So
Oh,
like
yeah.
this is absolutely legit because if we just count this out, one of the motherfuckers going to get up on here and be like, that was only 9.8 seconds in 45 milliseconds with 6 mega million seconds.
All right.
I need this record to be like John Capizzi legit. Like when he goes for that stock block record, like that legit. Ready?
Ready?
Go.
I can't see.
Oh, hold up.
Oh.
Start it over. Wait, this is hard with this one to see the light. Okay. Go.
And stop.
It didn't
What's
blink.
that?
It didn't blink.
Blink, dude.
They're lying.
I'm starting to wonder if blinking has ever been a thing. Like if it's just a
unless
cruel
we
joke.
can't see because we can't
It's
see
a
because
cruel fucking joke that you play on people that doesn't exist. It's never has one exist that blinks. So they just tell people, yo, give it the blinker, and they know you'll die.
oh. All right, people. Like I said, Wednesday we got the table tomorrow night.
Make sure you watch. We got E's and B's on Friday.
Yeah, and then
Make sure you're checking that
Wednesday
out.
I'll be live with the track. We'll make a decision. I don't know if they're going to make it Thursday or whatever they want to do, but we're looking at the weather right now for this weekend in the Arkansas area. But hopefully, and we got On Tilt and then Sticky Icky. You can get that. You can get some Limpy merch on the Sticky on the On Tilt page, I think, as well. I think it's yeah, it might have blinked. I don't know. I couldn't tell because you kept swaying.
It
back
was
and forth.
over, dude. Like you can't. I don't know. I don't think it blinked. I was trying to look down like this. I don't know.
I think maybe your finger was in the way. I couldn't see.
I
Maybe you
think I
need
hit
to
it
see that.
longer than 10 seconds too.
No, it was 10.4 or 10 seconds and 4.41 or thousandths or whatever.
That was rough.
Milwaukee should hit. Maybe we can get Milwaukee uh, maybe here's for y'all to think
Yeah,
about.
dude. Give me
A
a 710
Milwaukee-
cartridge battery
I
from
know,
Milwaukee.
but maybe a Milwaukee bong ripper, like how
No
y'all
way,
do.
dude. I'll tell you what, if Milwaukee does do this, like gives me all the tools, I'll make their leaf blower into the leaf blower like the other one, and we'll cloud out the garage to start the show just for Milwaukee. We'll fire like 2 pounds through it.
All right. Later, people. Y'all have a good night.
Good luck this weekend for everyone. See ya.
Yeah.